Alrighty then. Oh, Iron Fist proactively. I guess if we draw Human Torch, I'm happy to have Iron Fisted. I mean, we have Cloak to move the Iron Fist jet. So this is like mostly not a big deal. Our hand's also just like not very good though. People keep asking me to check the event. Is that still not viewable on the PC client, right? And usually it wasn't even viewable on my non-PC client, and the event usually just involves like playing. The events are like still super half-assed, right? Is the TLDR? I think Marvel Snap is a game that's hard to climb in if you are trying to worry about your win rate for some reason. If you are worried about your win rate in Marvel Snap, you really don't understand what's important in the game when it comes to climbing. Win rate and cube rate are different metrics, and if your goal is to progress up the ladder, your cube rate is the thing that matters. Why is Kingpin in this deck? It's not. The deck list is below the camera on my screen. So we'll go Falcon into Bast. And that picks the Iron Fist back up, but I kind of imagine we're a little bit too far behind here. They have a copy of our collector. And yeah, I guess with the Space Thread here in the middle, there's not really a whole lot we could do here, huh? I guess we do this and it puts some stats into play, and then we draw Chavez, and maybe that's good enough. We are gonna have 6-12 on the left. We're going up to 13 on the right. Maybe one of those holds or 9 in the middle is good enough. Woo-hoo! Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Everything worked out better than expected. Everything worked out better than expected. Okay, and then this is Nightcrawler. So I actually get to move this here and play Chavez left, right? So we should be good to go. Sometimes lucky, chat. Sometimes lucky. just beautiful. Beautiful. Do-do-do. That's pretty good considering how awkward that game was for us. Someone in chat asked if they should be pinning Bast if they're 3,000 tokens away. I do not think you should be pinning any Series 4 or 5 cards if you are not Series 3 complete. Hey, Airfro, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. I was rank 59 and it kicked me to 20 at the reset. Is that how it works? It is how it works, Beck. So you drop 30 to the rank floor. So 50 through 59 drop to 20. 60 through 69 drop to 30. 70 through 79 drop to 40. Am I playing this out? Are we playing this out before or after Angela? I think after. That changes the dynamic, but also kind of rewarded. So I'll get to Iron Fist the Hood into the Angela path here and kick it into Oscorp Tower, which is great. Nice! I can even armor this turn now. Oh. Man, that makes the Oscorp Tower a little awkward. So what are we doing now? I guess I do this still. Yeah, I think because of the Oscorp Tower, we still just Fist Hood. And then next turn we'll go light. We'll cloak. Let's cloak the middle. We do this and power up this location, and then we have a Chavez on the last turn. Wanda Warrior, thank you for the 3 months in advance. I plan to be here. Thanks for keeping me around. Not a whole lot we can do there in the face of Cosmo.
Escaped.
I like this deck and it's fun, but the location variance on it's a little bit rough. Kind of messed up there by the Oscorp Tower, and then Cosmo was no help on top of that.
Opponent snapped.
So they snapped. I think we chill on the first turn here, because if I play Hood after Collector, it makes the Collector bigger. Nice. Rewarded. Someone in chat asked, would it be good to have Storm in this deck? So that's a good question. I like where your head's at, because I did say this deck has some tough resource variance at times. But one of the other things to be aware of is that this deck really needs a lot of board space to play out. So Storm's not really a good suggestion for this deck because we need space on the board. And Storm limits how many places we have that we can play. Mr. Negative in the cloning vats. Okay, so they snapped early because of the cloning vats is noteworthy. Let's go Iron Fist into Human Torch into Falcon. That picks these three up, but it makes the collectors big. And then next turn, we can redeploy Torch and Iron Fist, I think. our hand's pretty good, but we're probably going to struggle against a really good negative deck a little bit here. A good negative draw, I should say. Fairly large in the center, though. Go Iron Fist into Human Torch into Cloak. Actually, do I want another Iron Fist? I probably don't, right? I think we go Iron Fist into Human Torch, and the way this works out, we actually end up with another, well, maybe I want the other Iron Fist. Do I want another Iron Fist plus Human Torch next turn? I probably do, actually. I think we do this, and then we'll Cloak here, and we'll Demon here. And then next turn, I'll have an 8-power Human Torch in my hand that will let us kick into here for 16, and this one's gonna go right for 16. You are very much not drawing a card with your Adam Warlock. Okay, so this is not a game where we're playing Chavez. Let's go Human Torch here, Iron Fist here, and then let's go Collector here, into Iron Fist here, into Human Torch here, kick left, B16, play Armor here to round things out. They're Mr. Negative, so like anything could happen, but this game really shows why, one of the reasons why I always enjoy playing this archetype. It's not the most powerful thing you could be doing, but it's a lot of fun when everything kicks around together. Yeah, there's so much sequencing in the end turns. Yeah. All right, so how are we gonna end here? So our final stats on the board here, we're gonna be 7, 16, 23, 25 on the right. And then on the left, we were going to be 9, 16, 25, 28, 29. And this was going to get 2, so we're going to be 31 on the left. And in the center, we were going to add 2 to each of these, plus 2 more. So that's 17. We're going to be 21. So we're going to be like 30, 21, and 25-ish. That's great. Someone asked, you plan to play Mr. Negative? Why were the collectors getting points? Because of the cloning vets. These 2 cards we played to the cloning vets, they were going to power up the collectors. A couple of questions in chat. Someone asked, are you planning to play Mr. Negative? Dude, I am not. So I'm going to play this deck for a little while and maybe one other thing. Miller Rhinos, thank you for the prime. Appreciate that. And then we're going to be doing some viewer deck submissions. Have we had any of those yet? All right, I have 2. I have two viewer deck submissions. I'll add that up. Submit deck. Let's put that to open. I'm tentatively taking 3 more viewer deck submissions. You can submit either a specific deck list, or you can submit your card pool using the exclamation point card sheet template. And I will build a deck from your card pool and play it for a little bit. You need to be subscribed to the channel to submit a deck. Someone else asks, is Bast necessary for this deck? Can you play it without it? So I had played a lot of this deck before Bast a little while ago, and without Bast, it really did not feel powerful enough. You can win some games with it, but just not quite. A little lacking in terms of consistency and power. Well, you definitely get game wins with it. As for, is it good enough with Bast? I actually don't know yet. We've only played a handful of games with that, so Trying to get a feel for that this morning. Yes, this is the Beastly Slide deck where I subbed out Miles for Bast because Bast makes Miles bad. Without Bast, you have to swap out a few cards. I don't know about that. Like, I literally played this deck verbatim only with Miles over Bast. Okay, so one of the things to note about this deck is you basically never want to play Angela in the left path if you can avoid it, because something that we like to do is we like to play things into her path and kick them to the left for the things like Iron Fist to let her get powered up extra. That's a rock. Do I want to armor here? I don't think so. The easiest way to submit a deck list is you should post it to a website like snap.fan or another community site, and you link that deck list in your description, in your donation comment. Or you can just link the Google Doc like Waffles did there. Thank you for the tip, Waffles. Scotch, thank you for the quarter of a year. They Maximus us. Thank you, friend. Oh, well, that's killer. So we'll go Hood, we'll go Falcon, pick these up, and then we'll Bast after the fact. Oh, I guess that makes my Demon 3. But I think making the Demon 3 is fine, right? Because it makes the Hood 3 as well. I think I'm into that. Yeah, Bast makes the rocks have 3 power here too. It's huge. Okay, Collector is a gas straw. So we get to go this into this. Am I collectoring? Maybe I'm not, actually. What if I do this into this into this? Because this will make the Angela bigger and give me flexibility to redeploy her somewhere else. I think I like that. This also means that I can't, this would mean that I can't Chavez next turn, but no Chavez is probably fine. I have a lot of other stats to play out here. Yeah, Bast plus Subterranea doing the best Vibranium impersonation we can here. It's a little sad, but not really the end of the world. Okay, so I guess the other question is, can we beat a leader with this line? If I go this into this, they'll go up to 14 here if they leader. And I'm going to 7 plus 8 is 15. So this beats leader. And then I can just play all of these out over here. They could beat us going to 15 and beat our 13 here, but that seems unlikely. The order here doesn't matter, chat, because they're getting all of these cards. I guess there's a chance they leader and like also do other things, but I don't think that's possible, right? Collector doesn't do anything, chat. He has no abilities. Hey, just a leader abuser, so they're dead. Get out of here, bud. Thanks for the cubes. So we lose the left, but we win center and right. We did only win this game because we counted out beating leader in the middle. If we had played Angela first here, we lose. I didn't even realize the Battle Pass mission was play 1 cost cards. This deck's a little above average at doing that. Can you post a screenshot of him saying that they're going to be there permanently? Because he posted on Twitter another ambiguous answer. So if he said point blank, Galactus and Thanos are permanently in Series 5, I would love to have a source to reference for that. So far, all of their communication has been ambiguous / KG. And in fact, when I reached out privately to someone at Second Dinner, they told me the words they'd never say never. So I'd be surprised if Ben point blank said never. Bast doesn't really accomplish anything for us. I'd rather just be resource efficient here. I guess I could armor, and then we could Falcon pick Crawler back up in Bast next turn. It means we don't get to Falcon the Collector, but we're Basting the Collector, so that's fine. Love to draw Hood here. Cloak. Cloak's actually a pretty awful draw, because it means Bast shrinks it. Wow, this is good for us. And then I get to Cloak here, too. Please don't link Discord channels in my chat. If you want to reference something on Discord, post it on Imgur or some other image sharing site. All right, sweet. Looks like deck submissions are closed for the day. Change this to say closed. Thank you for the 3 that we got, or 5 that we got. Sandworms, Derek, Waffles, and the 2 that I talked to in the subs Discord server. I think we move this and probably, Interesting. It's unfortunate that these are all here, right? I would say I can beast these back up, but I actually can't. Because the Bast is here too. If we could have picked Iron Fist and Human Torch back up, that would have been nice, but it is what it is. I think I'm... They're a Sunspot deck, actually, so I'm not going to move armor. I'm going to leave myself the flexibility to make another play here. I'm going to go Angela into Collector into Hood middle, with the goal being that I'm punting middle. Although I guess if I'm hooding middle, I'm drawing Chavez next turn, right? So maybe I'd rather do this actually and not Hood. Leaves me flexibility of which paths I'm playing to. Yeah, let's do this. If I get Chavez, I think I just Chavez here, right? And they have to beat 10 here and 7 here. I think I just want a Chavez mid. Play for all 3. I don't think I want to move Nightcrawler mid, because if I move Nightcrawler mid, The Nightcrawler's only 5 here, which means we're -6 at 19. And then they would only have to beat 4 here and beat 6 over here, which is possible. So I just want to point out again. People keep linking me this. So this is not Ben Brode saying they're never going to downgrade them. Others took it as a permanent, and that select other cards would join them. We imagined it more as the latter. Do you see how Ben does not point blank say here, we're never changing series on these cards? Do you see how this is, again, ambiguous and not something they're locking themselves into or is ironclad? Like, do we understand that? Yeah, imagined is not confirmed. We currently have no plans to downgrade these things, but anything could happen in the future. This is very lawyer speak, chat. This is very much, we're not making a decision that we can't walk back. Even this is a more direct answer. Does that mean Thanos and Galactus will always stay Series 5 cards? That's the current plan. That's the current plan, chat. These are smart, non-committal answers that give you the idea of what they're currently leaning towards doing and wanting to do without setting anything in stone. And for what it's worth, I think these 2 cards staying in there for ever or undetermined amount of time is fine. But like, just for like, they're never going to change. Like, 6 months ago, they thought Nexus events was gonna be their card release mechanic, right? So like, shit changes. Yes, this is a good answer. This is both clear about what their current plans are, but also is not committing to an absolute or saying that it won't change in the future. Which is great. This is ideal. We know what their plan is right now, but it's also not saying this won't ever change down the line. Which is good. I'm glad. That's more clear. The language around a lot of that in their announcements have been really ambiguous. Yeah, I don't know. Everybody keeps taking the word currently to be some kind of absolute, and it's so strange to me. Should they classify them as a Series 6? I think for the terms of cost, just leaving them classified as Series 5 is fine. I'm gonna count this as a scar diff, I think, and give our opponent their cube.
Escaped.
Mr. Molten, thank you for the prime. Appreciate that.
Opponent snapped.
Oh, this is a fun. I'm looking at the deck submissions. Thank you for the 1337 donation. Play something with Doc Ock and not Galactus. I know exactly what we're gonna do for that. I have a deck list teed up for Doc Ock, not Galactus. I've been meaning to try. Yeah, this hand looks pretty good. Doom Buggy, thank you for the tier 1. Specimen Chat, another excellent Marvel Snap content creator. Let's get our Bast on here. This is what? This is a +5, +6 point Bast. And we got an extra energy too. So I get to go I get to go Hood, pick these friends back up. Oh, I do remember from his stream telling us he was working at Patriot. So the squirrels are good for him. Is likely why he snapped.
Wind, aid my hand.
Okay, so let's go Collector into Demon, into Bast, into Hood. I'm not expecting a Killmonger out of them. I also don't know if they have Mystique and Patriot. We're not going to be able to compete. It might have been wrong to commit this demon here. We'll see. I don't think Broodling's necessary. Neither of these cards are indicative of Surfer with Patriot. Regular stock, just Patriot. Plays both those cards too. Could be Surfer, but I don't think anything they've done necessarily indicates that just yet. Hey, Blind. Thanks for the third of the year. Welcome back. We're playing Falcon, Dana Signal. As always, you can see the deck list underneath my webcam. This is probably a matchup where we're just not capable of generating big enough numbers without a really good draw. Okay, so Thor means that we should be thinking about Surfer. That's the first card that indicates Surfer that normal Patriot wouldn't play. And honestly, the fact that they didn't have a Mystique here for the Patriot means we're winning the Flooded. So I think there's a good chance that Chavez mid is just good here, right? We slide Nightcrawler to the left. That puts us to 15 over there. And then we're going to 13, 14, 15 in the middle. And we're up by 1 over here as well. I can definitely see this being a matchup where their best draws are better than our average draw, but our average draw beats their average draw. Pretty sizable numbers here. I think I want to just play for all 3 locations. If they play Surfer, they go to 14 in the middle, but if they have 3 drop plus Surfer, we do lose mid. Yeah, they need Surfer plus another 3 drop to win the game, because Surfer could let them win, right? And they need just Surfer isn't enough here with Chavez adding to the center. Yeah, they could draw Mjolnir. Oh, did they hit Mjolnir? Oh, they had a demon from Hood. Oh, I forgot they had demon from Hood. Yep. Yeah, there were a number of them added to the ticker, Mr. Mips. When you finally place your order, just send me a screenshot of your order history thing from their site to claim the sub gift. That's not surprising. Our draw was only okay that game. Seeing as Thanos is not downgrading anytime soon, do you think it's still better to only buy Series 3 cards? Isn't it better to long-term buy Thanos because Series 3 and reserves are get 400 tokens? I think you could make the argument that it's not a good idea to buy Thanos or Galactus because both those cards are kind of aggressively middling / mediocre. I think the correct decision always has and will always remain. You should buy cards that you will enjoy playing because it's a game you should play for fun. Galactus is mediocre. Galactus has a very high win rate when Galactus shows up. And watching people play Galactus over the last couple of days with the altar has provided a very skewed view of that. Generally speaking, Galactus is a very poor cube rate deck that is easy to make impressive looking highlights for because the games that you win by a lot. And a lot of the games that you lose, you effectively don't do anything while you lose. Yeah, I think the pull 2 disruption deck is still very reasonable. Play Angela here in the middle so she grabs the Stark Tower bonus. Really love to draw a Human Torch here. Nailed it. The Vats on the left. Do we just do both of these here then? Well, you know what might actually be better? What if I go Human Torch here into Cloak here, and then we'll go Iron Fist, Falcon next turn and pick everything up. Yeah, I think I like this. Although it might be better to Cloak right. Yeah, I'm gonna Cloak right actually, because I don't really want to gum my hand up. One of the things you really have to manage with this deck is how full your hand is. So I'm going to go ahead and move this here. And then I will go Nightcrawler into Iron Fist into Falcon. Falcon ends up here. Angela goes to 8 power. Nightcrawler, Iron Fist, and Human Torch all end up back in my hand. Decks that are powerful but are bad at getting more than the minimum amount of cubes is a really neat and interesting balancing mechanic that Snap has based on its core Snap system. In any other card game, a deck like Galactus would certainly need to be nerfed, but I think the fact that it's a mediocre cube equity deck really changes that dynamic here in Snap. Go Iron Fist, into Torch, into Nightcrawler. Gosh, I almost want a Beast over here. And pick these up. We're gonna have a third Cerebro here, though. I kind of like the flexibility and where my Human Torch ends up, though. Oh, maybe we're supposed to Iron Fist here so we can move the Human Torch to the last turn? Maybe. I can see that.
All systems go.
I think this is just... So their Brood is going to be 40. Their Brood is 40 if they have Brood, which they're 75% to have Brood, obviously. Oh, they're less than 75% because their hand was overfilled, actually. This loses to Brood. Well, they have another Cerebro chat, so if they have Brood, they could go Cerebro. Or sorry, it's only 30. Sorry, if they go Cerebro Brood, it's 30. Which means this is enough. This is 20, 21. Yeah, this would beat Cerebro Brood. Right? I think, math. Yeah, cool. Yeah, sorry, I was counting 40 in my head thinking they were gonna get 4 10s here, but Brood's only 3 and then they were also playing Cerebro. Yeah, close game. Good game for Human Torch there, getting to get him all the way up to 8. One of the solid payoffs on this deck for sure. No, so chat, one of the things that you gotta remember about Marvel Snap is when we have a really polarized feature location like we had for the last 2 days, I basically can't test anything. Like, I got Bast Tuesday morning, and then we had a balance patch, and then I was only able to play on Tuesday because Wednesday and Thursday, almost every regular deck was completely unplayable because of the feature location. I think we chill on Nightcrawler. We chill on Nightcrawler until after we Angela to get more value there. I think I want to play this right. Warrior Falls location that's kind of annoying for us. Domino. Could be Surfer, could be a Brew. Surfer is definitely the most common Domino deck though. Armor is a counter to Warrior Falls, which is nice. Central Park's pretty annoying for us, though. Eco, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate it. They're an Electro deck. Interesting. Alright, so I think my plan here is move the Crawler, Beast the Crawler, Armor the Warrior Falls. Reno. Everything worked out better than expected. Shields up. Go. Nightcrawler into Falcon here. This gets our Angela up to 6 and it cranks Collector up to 5 on the left. Fine. Leech doesn't really bother this deck, which is nice. So we basically just want to make sure we beat Leader this turn, right? Well, ideally, we want to beat Leader and Dr. Doom, I think. Although I guess just any big stack of stats kind of gets us in the Dream Dimension if we play around those, huh? Their output range here is kind of wide. This beats Leader and Dr. Doom. Because even if they Leader here, they'd only get 1. This beats Leader and Dr. Doom, which I think is the best we could do here. I could Chavez middle to beat a big pile of stats left, but that loses to Leader. And it also loses to Dr. Doom. I'm gonna choose to beat Leader and Dr. Doom. I'm gonna mute our opponent before they emote more while I'm sitting here thinking. This makes me think Dr. Doom are big plays, who probably lost. Yeah. That's hard to know. Our output range. I think the fact that we beat Dr. Doom and Leader here means that this is the right play, but obviously they could just have another pile of stats. Doesn't Crawler plus Chavez middle beat all three? Does it? Crawler plus Chavez middle, we were at 5. We're at 5 to 12. Crawler plus Chavez, that beats Leader, but it loses to Dr. Doom, right? That beats Leader, but it loses to Dr. Doom. Maybe you're right. I think reflecting on it, playing around Big Thing plus Leader is better than playing around Dr. Doom plus Leader in that spot. No, we would have lost to Dr. Doom in the middle, Mox Halite. So we were 5 to 12, and we would have gone to 16 in the middle, and they would have gone to 17. So we would have lost left and center if we would have gone Nightcrawler Chavez in the middle. But we would have beaten Leader going Nightcrawler Chavez, and we would have beaten Giganto or any other large stat singer left. So on reflection, I think the Nightcrawler plus Chavez line was correct because Leader and or Big Thing is more likely than Leader and or exactly Dr. Doom. That's a good thought. I like that one. That might be end of the video post-loss reflection. And again, that kind of hindsight is really, now not even say hindsight. When you look back on a game like that, you shouldn't ask yourself the question, you shouldn't ask yourself the question, could I have beaten what they did by doing something different? You should ask yourself the question, was I supposed to have done something different with the information that I had at the time? And I missed that we could play around something big on the left in addition to Leader. In my head, my options were play around something big on the left or play around Leader and Doom. And in that instance, I like playing around Leader or Doom. But if we had the line beat something left and beat Leader but lose to Doom, then that thing becomes the optimal thing to have done. So you don't want to look back with hindsight and be like, oh, I could have beaten this thing, so I should have played around it. You want to look at it from the perspective of, oh, on turn 5, what were my options with what I currently knew on turn 5? Echo, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that. You seem to be pretty chill about the monetization in Snap while most other content creators are complaining. Do you agree with their complaints? I think there are a wide range of both valid and what I would describe as completely crybaby unreasonable complaints when it comes to Marvel Snap's monetization. I think, as is most often the case in life, things are shades of gray. I think the one thing I fundamentally disagree with a lot of people on when it comes to Snap monetization is there's a lot of people that are very vocal that seem to think if everyone had every card in Marvel Snap very quickly and easily, it would make the game better. And I think that it would make the game better for a very small subset of people, but it would be incredibly detrimental to the long-term health of the game. See, it's kind of awkward. Wakandan Embassy means that Bast isn't particularly good. We'll lead on Collector on the left. It's a fun one. Actually, am I supposed to Oscorp Tower? I'm just gonna leave, actually. I think Cloak is indicative of Galactus on average. I think our Galactus matchup is bad.
Escape.
So, one of the biggest complaints about the Marvel Snap economy is that you don't get individual cards fast enough. And it's so hard to have the kind of card releases that Marvel Snap is having. Have the kind of card releases that Marvel Snap is having where they're only doing one card per week, but also give people lots of cards, right? Like, there's less than 200 cards in all of Marvel Snap. If you give people 100 or 150 cards a month, like in other card games, they just have everything instantaneously, and then a lot of people have no reason to play, and the game lacks a player base. That's tough. Someone said, I just got here and I got hit with an ad. So something that you need to understand if you're on Twitch is that streamers, the only way that they can disable what are called pre-roll ads, an ad when you first get to the channel, is by playing 3 minutes of mid-roll ads per hour, which is not an amount of ads that I'm okay running on my channel. Twitch basically requires you to punish all of your most loyal viewers in order to give people who are coming in for the first time a marginally better experience. So we run a small number of ads per hour. In fact, in about 10 minutes, we're gonna take our hourly 1-minute ad break. But I think it is, I never intend to run that many ads on this channel. Why armor? Because Human Torch and Demon cost 1 and die to Killmonger. What an incredible Bast tier. You get to add, what? This is 3, 8. This is a 9, 10 power Bast. LeChuka is a little awkward for us. Honestly, chat, part of me just wants to draw the rocks, if I'm being honest here. Part of me just wants to draw the rocks, if I'm honest here. Probably wrong. Well, that's interesting. Okay. Okay, it worked out. This is probably a... This is probably a, it could be Cerebro 2, but it could also be a Silver Surfer variant here. Either way, they're going to be looking to pump up things in the flooding here. And then the LeChuka really doesn't matter here because we're drawing Chavez on the last turn. Oh, I forgot to play Human Torch. Was I supposed to play Human Torch? I guess I could go either way because I'm getting Demon here. Yeah, I'm probably supposed to play Human Torch instead of Nightcrawler, right? All right, Blue Marvel means Cerebro 2. We have built our own New York. For better or worse. I'm bailing out of the Flooded. I'm sliding these here. Is this good enough? It's less than Chavez. This might win. Depends on where the flooding goes. The cloak on the turn 6 is a little awkward. Oh, Mr. Sinister. Okay. That one could have broke either way because of the cloak. Someone asked, do you think it's reasonable that Surfer gives +3 while Spectrum gives +2? So Spectrum has 5 points of stats, and the energy costs on things that Spectrum can buff can be played out starting on the very first turn of the game. So I think that that's a very apples to oranges comparison. I think it's similar to how people are like, well, Surfer gives 3, but Patriot and Cerebro only give 2. It's like, yeah, well, Patriot and Cerebro are ongoing effects that can also be doubled by Mystique, right? So like the details surrounding those things tend to be fairly different. Good on, Choice. It's almost 3 years. Welcome back. I think we're saving Iron Fist for post-Angela. Being able to kick things out of the Angela path lets her get bigger long term. Grimlock King, thank you for the prime. Cosno is a good one to be aware of. I'm Iron Fisting to the left because I'm expecting the Cosno in the middle. Yeah. Anticipated that. Let's go Collector here into Beast here. It's my best draw next turn. Human Torch would be great, right? If I get Human Torch, we could go Iron Fist, kick the torch over, cloak the negative zone. So that stays the mirror dimension permanently. It's a Bast. The opponent playing Cerebro 3. They might be, actually. That's a good read. When I see Armor and Cosmo, my first read is Spectrum Destroyer, but Scarlet Witch and Blade are obviously not that. And then we do this, right? So this ends up with Cloak left, Angela triggered twice, and then Iron Fist comes back to my hand. Do you believe in magic? And a turn 7. So yeah, I think I actually want a Cosmo right, because this will stop their Mystique from being played anywhere other than Hala, which means we're hopefully winning Hala. Then I think we just play these out here after the fact. I guess I don't have to play the Iron Fist. So we're obviously losing the right. The question is 11 enough to win here? That's probably not. I guess it depends on where they play to, right? Because they likely, their Mystique goes here. So the question is, where do they put their other 3? If they put their other 3 here, we lose here. They could have Valkyrie. If they have Valkyrie, we lose the left, is true. We have priority here. Yeah, they didn't play mid. It's just Valk, yeah. GG opponent. I didn't play the Nightcrawler because I was talking to Clickin'. It doesn't matter. Oh, yeah, that's true. They couldn't Mystique anyways. Yeah, we were just ever beating Valkyrie. That's a good show. Arnek is a pretty rancid Valkyrie matchup, right? We have 0 ways to break parity on that. Angela kinda, but not if we have priority. Excellent. Bast opener here. Played into the danger room. I don't really care if that one does. Well, Sokovia woke up and chose violence this morning. Yes, this is an updated variation of an archetype I used to like a lot, Haishin, with Bast. Previously, this deck felt like it kind of lacked some power compared to the other things that have been optimized in the format, but I think Bast might add a little bit of that back in. Makes your Human Torch a little better, makes your Hood downside less bad. Oh, this game is just, lost our only payoff to Sokovia. Just piling it in.
Escape.
All right, non-subs, I will see you in a minute. I'm gonna stand up, stretch the legs, and roll queuing now. Chat, listen. Leader is easy to play around. Silver Surfer and Zabu need to be nerfed into the ground. These are Reddit level takes that ignore nuance and details and important things that I've said dozens of times over. Just don't engage with them in my chat. Just expect me or a moderator to ban the person being annoying and posting them. Just really no desire to engage with those types of things at a base level. Yeah, I think Cerebro 3 with Bast and Velk is fun. Just decks that have a pile of Series 5 cards that aren't replaceable tend to perform kind of poorly in terms of content metrics, so I try to only do them if there's something especially exciting, and I don't think Cerebro 3 really qualifies as especially exciting. Because, like, I don't think Cerebro 3 is super playable without Bast and Valkyrie, so being like, hey, you can play Cerebro 3, but you have to have these cards, like, maybe once we downgrade at the end of the month. But like this deck, for example, right? Like Bast increases its power level, but you can still play it without Bast, right? All right, non-subs are back. Let's play again. The brand new Prime Keycon, appreciate it. We're the only free-to-play friendly streamer. We don't play games during the ad breaks. That's a good take. I'm gonna use that in the future. Horizon Lights, thank you for the 2 months of Prime, appreciate it. We'll give you your cube on your turn 2, Zabu. It's the second time this has happened to us in the last hour. Our opponents got Zabu scarred. Thanks for hanging out, Koljack. Is Angela a card I have the most boost for? Yeah, she's the card I've played the most of by a good margin. What was that? According to... Oh, wait, is she not my most played card anymore? Ooh, she's not. The Hood's actually beating her out now. That's funny. In games I've had my deck tracker running for, Angela has about a 300 game detriment to the Hood now. Well, Angela the right here. Don't want to really play her into Murder World or Vibranium Mines. We'll go Collector into Hood now. I think with the Falcon in hand, I don't want the Hood to die. So I want to be able to pick it back up a couple of times here. Like to draw another 1-drop here. Even a Vibranium would be good. Rock is fine too. Good old Rock chat. Nothing beats Rock. Alright, this looks like Spectrum Destroyer. Yeah, it's sad to not get a demon this turn, but Falcon makes it not the complete and total end of the world. Our Angela is also just going to be an absolute unit of a card here. We do this. Yeah. Oh, they're a Sarah deck. I was not expecting that. Okay, so this is Surfer then, not Destroyer. Okay. So Rock here gives us +5 to 20 and puts them -3 to 7. And then Demon here puts us to 12. There's a world where this wins the game. Nothing beats Rock, so we have to win. Yeah, we're gonna play a couple more, but I think my overall impression with this deck, even with Bast, is probably still the same as before. We do an okay linear thing. And chat, even without the Polaris pull, we were still losing that game, right? We were still very, very dead. All right, I think we Bast on 1 here, and then we Hood the Karmatage on 2. Oh, please don't hit the Hood again. Please don't hit the Hood again. God bless. Okay. Okay. Well, we know why they snapped. Glad we didn't have priority here. This is certainly a set of locations. If the torch hadn't been shrunk to 1, like double iron fisting it would be fun, but it is unfortunately super shrunk. Let's do this. It could be right to save the armor here too. I cloak the altar. I think cloaking the altar is not great. They're just leaving, right? And there's a chance I should have saved the armor for the middle. Like, grab it on the last turn, but I also have priority here, which makes playing it on the last turn less good. Okie doke. Okie doke.
Victory.
Snap's number 1 underrated card. I really would be curious. Like, I believe Ben when he says that Cuban Torch is one of the most winning cards when it gets played, but I'd really be curious to know what the sample size is that we're looking at for that to be true under. Actually the most underplayed mouse over animation, chat. Flame on. It's so good. To claim your free sub for the HelloFresh promo, slide into my DMs with a screenshot of your order confirmation from the HelloFresh website. I'll get you hooked up. Thanks for checking out the sponsor, Murray. Hey, welcome to a live one, Torpedo. Glad you enjoy the YouTube stuff. We have a Sauron enjoyer. Alright. Alright. Okay, I think this is a Angela here, Beast here, and then next turn we can get a whole bunch going with Iron Fist, Cloak, Human Torch, right? So we'll go Iron Fist. Do here. I think we got a 2, 3, 4, 5. So I can play all of these cards. What if I go Nightcrawler into Falcon into Iron Fist, kick the Human Torch, cloak, slide it this way. But the problem with this is it ends up with this over here. And I already have a high power stat line thing over here. And actually, I won't be able to redeploy the Nightcrawler next turn that way, right? I think we do this, and this, and this, into this, because I want the Human Torch to end left and give me big stats there. And then we'll be able to Chavez plus slide Nightcrawler on the last turn. I think is the line here. Basically, I basically am like spreading out my power to play for all three paths. Yeah, like this turn really shows the like kind of depth of what's going on in this deck, right? Like, there's just so many things to think about on that final moment of the game. We move Human Torch here. Then we Chavez middle, and we hope that this holds. They're probably going to Taskmaster. Oh, that's a good read. I suppose I do lose to Taskmaster left, right? We beat 14 power Ebonymar, right? Sure do. Close game. Sweet game for our deck, too. This deck, it's just a ton of fun to get to figure out the permutations with. It's easily one of the most amusing decks in Snap, I think. Just trying to figure out, noodle through all of the different lines it has going on. Well, this deck isn't even complicated just because it's a move deck, but it like takes the layers of move decks that move decks have, and then also has the like lots of 1 and 0 drop sequencing on top of that, right? Yeah, Bast is a solid upgrade. I don't know if this is quite powerful enough to keep up with everything that's going on, but Bast definitely didn't hurt it. It feels like this deck wants like one more good payoff. I've tried Bishop, but he feels awkward to get going. If Hitmonkey releases with anywhere close to his data mine text, Hitmonkey could be the droid this deck is looking for. Those that haven't kept up with Marvel Snap data mines, Hitmonkey's current data mine text is 2 cost 0 power. On reveal, gets +3 power for each other card you played this turn. So if you play like 3 things out with him on turn 5, he's a 9 drop. Or 9 stats. Yeah, plus 3 is a lot. And like this hand, right, we just like kind of don't really have any of our payoffs here. Human Torch is kind of a payoff, I guess. Kind of, sort of. And we lost Beast. Feels bad, man. So he's a better Angela. It's very different card than Angela. Chat, if you take one thing away from this stream today, it should be that you should stop being a typical card gamer and trying to equate things to strictly better and strictly worse, when the answer in most situations is things are just varying kinds of different. Not everything is strictly better, strictly worse. Context is key and the details matter. All right, I would like to draw Iron Fist this turn. Some Bast. Yeah, I think we're probably dead here. Yeah, Miles Morales was the card I was playing in this deck before I opened Bast. And it's fine with that card. I cut Miles for Bast because obviously Bast makes it worse. It's not even just Hearthstone gamers, Blue. That's something that's very common in like Magic the Gathering too. Is people are always like, it's strictly better, strictly better, strictly better. It's like, kinda. Ooh. So if we were playing for keeps, I would snap here. This is Harry. I might be able to snap and get him to stay in, but yeah, this hand is sweet. Okay. I'm gonna end up shrinking my D-Man, but that's probably fine. I'm gonna end up shrinking my demon, but that's probably fine. Sabu, okay. All right, let's go toe-to-toe. They've got a good draw, and so do we. Oh, you know what? I probably should have played Nightcrawler last turn, so I could have moved this off and played one more thing to here. You think so? If I need to Falcon first, so that way Bast makes these 3s, right? As the TLDR. Darkhawk Ghost Rider. Okay. I don't know. We're not gonna have enough stats to beat this Hawk over here, are we? Well, I'm not super worried about the Hawk in the mid. Our Angela is huge. Got an armor for Shang-Chi. Yeah, maybe that's right. I guess that's like strictly better than one of these demons, huh? This is the other reason that I stopped playing this archetype nearly as much yet. Is Wave destroys this deck. Death Wave has been a little bit less popular since Sabu dropped, which is one of the reasons I picked this back up. But Wave is not a card we're ever beating. We're gonna win. They were playing Agatha. Yeah, Chip, but that's a good spot to retreat, right? Like, Harry's obviously memeing with his deck or whatever, but like the average person there, we're supposed to leave. It is very, very correct to leave that game. Angela in the middle. Hey, thanks, D-Good. Appreciate it. Subbing does get you around slow mode. It's the real MVP. Crimson Cosmos is absolutely rancid for us. It's also bad for most Domino decks too, though, so hopefully it's just bad for everybody. just do this. It's close though. Looks like Surfer from the opponent. Probably don't want a Bast to make that smaller, huh? There's a non-zero chance that we win middle, and then we also win right with Chavez, I suppose. Needed it slightly bigger. I couldn't hood the Angela path because I wouldn't have gotten a demon because they had Cosmo there. Why would I armor middle? The problem here is when they Surfer left, the Maximus is going to take the Monster Metropolis bonus away from my Angela, generating another 6-point swing. Armor because of Shang-Chi. Chat, for the love of God. There's a Cosmo right here. Yeah, they're also a Killmonger deck, so you should certainly be leaving.
Escaped.
We could armor to counter the Killmonger, but I don't think we could win left and right. Yeah, they can't play Crimson Cosmos, but I don't have anything else that gets in there, chat. And if I play Chavez right, I'm going to lose the middle to a variety of things. So you're right that I could play Chavez right and be okay there, but playing Chavez right loses to Killmonger, it loses to Silver Surfer, loses to most of the cards in their deck. So leaving there is correct. It's an okay Bast. We lose 1 on the cloak, but we gain 1 here and we gain 3. So it's net 4 power total, which is good for a 1-drop, obviously. Carmitage is fun. We'll put Angela out there. And Vic Chin, thank you for the 2 years. Welcome back. Appreciate it. We were hoping for Torch or... what's it called there? We'll get to Iron Fist, so that'll give us another draw at Torch. We're open for Torch or Collector, or Torch or Hood are our best draws at this point. Color, not gonna do it. This Nightcrawler gets kicked around. Hey, Baka, thanks for the prime, appreciate it. We have Iron Fist here into Human Torch all the way across into Nightcrawler here into probably Cloak on the right, huh? Because we're kind of getting set up to have a good Angela path mid, and then this Torch is going to go to 4 to 8, and then we can pull it right going to 16 Torch on the right. I'm snapping. I'm going to stay. I think we're in an okay spot. We're obviously losing this here. Someone said, why not Bast the Torch first? This is turn 5, and my turn 6 is likely just going to be playing Chavez.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man.
Well, this is perfect, he says, before he also gets Spider-Man in the middle. No, just Dracula in the middle, okay. They're Infinauts in play already. We slide this here, and we Chavez here. There's a world where they slide their Infinaut. There's a world where they slide their Infinaut. Do I Chavez left because of a world where they slide their Infinaut? The occasionally building our own New York is the least desirable part of this deck. There's a few permutations where we lose this. These end games where people can move cards are always a cluster. Probably good. Okay, sweet. Yeah, Shang-Chi doesn't work how they wanted it to, their chat. They had priority, so their Shang-Chi wasn't killing my torch because it technically hasn't moved and doubled yet. You saw the card had shown that it moved, but it hasn't actually happened yet. So the Shang-Chi doesn't work there because of priority. And the way this works out with priority, I guess if they would have moved Infinaut and played Shang-Chi Sif here, we would have lost because they would have had 7-10 here to R9. Do I like any jank or meme decks? Do you not see the deck that I'm currently playing? It's a very direct answer to your question. Playing this is bad if we draw Iron Fist, but it's good if we draw Cloak. Having it in play is also good if we draw Falcon or Beast, though, so I think we err on the side of playing it since Iron Fist is the only draw that punishes playing it out. Adelan's so annoying for us. Hey, swear good. Thanks for the tier 1. Appreciate the support. Max just says no punish because Adelan's out. I'm gonna armor the middle, I think, here. Then next turn, we'll go slide Human Torch left, move Nightcrawler right, Beast, pick up the left. I want to put these into play as stats, right? Do I? I want to end on Human Torch, I think. You could get Galactus, that's true. I don't think I'm playing Bast. Yeah, Iron Fist will carry to the next turn. I believe my Human Torch ends up at 8 here, right? Yeah, it gets +2 and then it doubles. Okay, and now my Human Torch is going to be 16 wherever we put it to. So we put this... Well... That's close, actually. I guess if I put it here... If I put it here, it ends up being 22 over here. But it feels like there's a good chance they're not really going to play for Kunlun anyways, right? I think I want to play for Adelan and just put slightly less power over here. Okay, I think I'm going to do this. This adds 10 here on the left. And I think they're going to be hesitant to play here anyways because of the threat of Human Torch. They really think soaking 6 or 7 was gonna be good enough? I guess they added 14 power to the board with it. Weird choice though.
Victory.
Maybe they just assumed that I was gonna put a bunch of stats into here. But even if I went plus 10 here, right? I'd be minus 7, right? I'd be minus 7 if I was plus 10. And then we would tie, but then I'd win the breaker. Yeah, weird choice from them. This'll be one of those decks that I think we're certainly gonna get a highlight out of the games we've played with this, but the deck tech when we post it on YouTube is gonna include, this deck is neat and it makes my brain feel smart on occasion, but it's not very good. A lot of fun permutations and sequencing decisions in here. But power level is definitely a little on the low side compared to other things that people are doing in the game. Why? Why, Adelan? Why? What did I do to you? That's interesting. So, do we just do this then? We just do this then. We're gonna lose the demon, obviously, but ends up with a 6 power torch on the left. Oh man, those are absolutely gas straws, chat. We go Collector into Falcon, and we get to pick up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things. We'll go Human Torch. I think I'm going to count on Nightcrawler being enough to win the left. I'm gonna do this, and honestly, I think I'm gonna build my own New York again here, because this thing's gonna be 24 when it ends here. Maybe I leave myself some flexibility, and we do this here, this, oh sorry, let's do this right. So we do Iron Fist into Torch, kick Torch to 12, Nightcrawler here is fine, this here is fine. So I didn't hood here to get a demon for DC. Getting to cloak the path when someone's Spider-Manning me is so satisfying. So I didn't get a demon here because I want to be able to move Nightcrawler into Sanctum. And then yeah, I think there's a real good chance that we win 2 out of 3 here, right? Yeah, it's like, when this deck gets rolling, it's so great. Human Torch might honestly be the best payoff in it. You get to bounce this card with your... When you get to Falcon, Human, Torch, Iron Fist even once, it feels so strong. Someone linked a different deck and said you should try this version of this deck. The deck that you linked is like 4 or 5 cards different, and at that point, it's kind of just a different deck. When you change more than a tech card in a deck that you are playing, you essentially make a different deck. So like looking at this particular deck, for example, we basically have one tech card, right? We have armor as a tech card. I think Human Torch should go to 2 costs to protect from Killmonger. That's an interesting thought. It wouldn't work with Falcon though, right? It would kill this deck. Maybe it makes it better overall. I think this is very similar to the original Beastbound's deck I played a lot of Penguin. Bast definitely adds a little bit of consistency, but it still feels like the power level here is a little on the low side. Well, Bast in the middle. Good plan to collect the Nexus here. What do you think about insta-snapping in every game? I think people don't snap on turn 1 as frequently as they should. But I also think the illogical other extreme of that is always snapping on 1 is likely not good either. Well, the good news is their hand is also awkward. It gave them a turn 3 Mr. Negative, though. Rip. We're probably not competing with Mr. Negative in the Nexus. Our deck cannot quite beat Iron Man and stuff like that. I've started snapping more preemptively when I know I've drawn a strong hand. Yeah, that's what you should be doing. Most people wait way too long to snap when their hand is good. Yeah, they're definitely Surfer Negative with Brood. So we can go to 25 here on the left, but I assume they could just put out way bigger numbers than that. Let's go fish for the class, but this is incorrect to stay in if you are trying to be optimal. I don't like snapping before turn 3 because the location could flip up and ruin my plans. Yeah, but the same could happen for your opponent too, right? And that immense negative visceral reaction of, oh, this bad thing happened to me when I made the correct decision, so now I'm not going to make the correct decision in the future, is one of the things that people really struggle with when it comes to getting better at games like Marvel Snap. It's so hard for people to step back and be like, oh, I made the right choice, but it didn't work out. I'll make the right choice again in the future. A lot of people make the right choice, they get beat, and they go, oh, I'm never doing that again. And that's something that applies to life in general too, right? Like sometimes shit just doesn't work out. Titan's not terrible for us. We have Chavez, and we sometimes want to play a 6-drop on the last turn. Do it. And think Collector's big enough to play into the Krisha long term. So let's do that, I think. Someone asked, in your future deck text, can you start describing what turn 1 snap hands looks like? So part of the problem is that my metrics really show that most people don't want to hang out for longer deck techs. So it's problematic to try and add too much information that people don't want to sit through, because YouTube really penalizes you for watch time. Or lack thereof, in some cases, I should say. This hand is absurd, by the way. Angela is up to a 6, and now she's got a completely open path. There could be merit to putting Falcon into the Angela path here, but not putting Falcon into the Angela path here means I get to play more things out to her this turn, right? Which is also beneficial. I get to go Iron Fist into Human Torch, into Nightcrawler, into Cloak? Or am I demoning rather than Nightcrawling? Because my Chavez is going to... So this is interesting. Talking about locations, if Titan wasn't here, I would Nightcrawler this turn. But because Titan is here, I actually want to Hood, because I'll be able to Chavez and Demon next turn. Yes, White Queen is pretty mediocre against us. Leader is okay sometimes, but White Queen is really not great. Oh no! They moved my Human Torch! Crap, they got me. Shit. I mean, it doesn't really matter, right? Because we had a Cloak there and it was going to happen anyways. The difference is they just, like, also pulled my HUD. It's still funny, haha, though. Killmonger could ruin our day. I think we're in a pretty good position to win left and center if they Killmonger, right? They're also a Nightcrawler deck, which is indicative of Killmonger being slightly less likely. Not impossible. People play all sorts of weird things, but usually Killmonger and Nightcrawler are not in the same decks. Actually, looking at this deck list, it's kind of all sweet variants, huh? I'm missing Bast and Human Torch whole name. Got 10 absolute bangers in here.
Victory.
Human Charge does have a good base card, you're not wrong. I mean, most of the base armor in this game is good. I think I had enough boosters to split my armor again, chat. We have a couple of armor splits, you could say. So hopefully, when we split this chibi one more time, we're gonna get a gold or a black and white. Yeah, we're running a little bad. We're running a little bad on the armor. I haven't split Cerebro yet, but I want an Inker. Armor is a more widely applicable card.
Animated.
Whenever possible, I want to get inks and golds on my more widely applicable cards. I do not have an Inkified Chavez, so I cannot show you an Inkified Chavez with an infinite border. Oh, we're gonna be short credits to split this. Sedge.
Animated frame.
Collector's tokens. All right, so we have boosties to split this, but I have to wait till tonight when we get more credits. Sedge. I just got Rocket Raccoon boosters. So I have enough to split him now too. Close. We're gonna have to play some Rocket at some point, chat. Need 14 more boosties to split this badass. All right, I'm gonna play a couple more with this, and then we're gonna dive on into viewer submissions. Our next ad break is in 10 minutes, so we'll play this for another 10 minutes or so, and then we'll get swapped over to do it next. We'll see how the viewer decks go. I've got 5 viewer decks queued up for today. Depending on how they go, we may or may not take more next week. So Bast here is -1 on Cloak, +1 on Iron Fist, so that's a wash. It's +5 on Hood. So this is a 6 power Bast here, which is great. We both played to the face down. I guess everything's sliding at some point anyways. So you might as well. Angela. Gosh, Oscorp Tower is awkward. Misty Knight Maximus. Patriot Surfer? Question mark? Actually, let's go Human Torch, Iron Fist here, Human Torch here, and then Demon here. And then these will all slide this way, and I can beast pick all of these back up going into the final turn. Tower was awkward for us, but Bifrost is great with the torch draw. So with the collector draw, I think we actually Falcon, right? And then we'll just play 5 1-drops back out on the last turn while also doing this. Stop following after you quit Magic, but you sold me on staff in the last month. One of us. One of us. So support Echo, I appreciate it. Hope your weekend is off to a good start. Okay, so we're very clearly not winning Atlantis. We're very clearly not winning Atlantis. I think I can win the center though, right? Is 12 gonna be enough to win the left? It's probably enough to win the left. And this is gonna be I feel like they're not gonna play for here. Famous last words maybe, but they only have, yeah, they just didn't play. Oh no! Oh my god. Oh man. All right, this loss is on me, chat. This loss is on me. If my read is they're not going to play around, they're not going to play around here, or they're not going to play here, there's no reason to not put the Human Torch into here to play around Cosmo. So I should cloak, it's not unlucky, I'm just bad. I should cloak, center, and Iron Fist here to play around them playing out Cosmo here in this instance. The stat line is exactly the same, but it plays around Iron Fist getting tagged here. And we would have ended with 33 in the middle here, and we'd have won very handily. And honestly, there's so many little, so it's right to play Cloak and not Hood, because I want Hood to play around Cosmo as well to make the collector bigger. So Cloaks on reveal didn't matter at all, so I should have put that one where Cosmo was most likely. Piece of candy, chat. Piece of candy. This is a 5, 8, 9, 10 power Bast. Damn it, Iceman. You are the reason we can't have nice things. Mavic, thank you for the quarter of a year. Welcome back. He haunts my dreams, chat. He haunts my dreams. I think we just do this. I don't think I'm playing Iron Fist out. Oh, the Hood actually doesn't come back to my hand. Awkward. I should have played it out so the Hood could come back to my hand. We probably just get out stat lined here, unfortunately. Chavez on the last turn.
Spider-Man here.
Depending on how this goes, okay, so we can't play anywhere. We kind of put a ton of stats into play here. Can they win? It's a shame we didn't have another thing go center and shrink their lizard. Super rewarded for playing the Apocalypse out, though. Yeah, like, what's their thing they're putting into play here? They need, Shang-Chi on the right still loses, right? Shang-Chi kills the Angela, but it's only 11 and we have 14. They can't Crossbones. Yeah, I think we're good. What a sick game. Playing cards on turn 6 is overrated. Yeah, exactly. I think, are they just like waiting for us to retreat potentially? I'm here. I'm in it to win it.
Victory.
Yeah, I think they were waiting to see if we'd retreat. I think that was a wait, retreat later. All right, I don't know that we're gonna get a better or funnier game than that one, so I feel like I would like to go out on top. All right, so a couple of closing thoughts on this. This deck is very different than things a lot of people have seen before. 11 cards in this deck are things I've played in the past, and I think this deck is fun and okay. I think if you're looking for a deck that's only going to win games, this is a bad choice. But if you like a deck that gives you lots of interesting, complicated sequencing, permutations, and decisions, I think it's wonderful. I think if you want to substitute Bast, I previously played Miles in this slot, and that's fine. I think you could also maybe experiment with Dagger in this slot other than Miles, but probably just a different move payoff. Bast definitely felt like it made the deck a bit better, but still not quite good enough that it's something I would recommend based on pure power level. Goose could be okay. So I think whatever this Bast slot is doing needs to be something that makes numbers. So I think Miles Morales, Rocket Raccoon, Titania, that's what I do with Bast. This armor slot is kind of the tech card you can play with it slot. I think Vulture's probably too much mana. I think Dagger is as much as I would play. So if you wanted to play Goose, I actually think Goose is probably the worst it's ever been. Like there's just so many Zabus, right? And Zabu makes all the 4-drops get around it. Nordalis, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. 70, 11, if you're still here. I think I missed yours a little bit ago. Yeah, I think you can play like this card. You can play any cheap tech card. Goose, Armor, Cosmo. No, not Cosmo. We have too many on reveals. Rogue, those are all fine. So I've played Bishop in this archetype in the past, and maybe Bast makes it better because Bast makes Bishop have 3 power, but I think Bishop's a little too clunky. On the turn where you play Bishop out on 3, you really would rather be playing a bunch of 1-drops and like sequencing and moving stuff around. I think this deck, in terms of can it be more competitive, is mostly in a hit monkey waiting room. All right, non-subs, I will see you in 60 seconds. I'm gonna take a seat and we're gonna start playing some viewer deck submissions for the next few hours. Bishop feels like it has been power creep. I don't know. I think Bishop's a card that was like honestly kind of overrated for a long time. I think Bishop falling out of favor was mostly people realizing that like Maximus is a busted 3-drop. Yeah, Bishop's good at negative. I play Bishop in negative. It's fine there. Absolutely fine there. We done Bast negative. We have, yeah. Yeah, there'll be a highlight of that up on the YouTube channel at some point the next week. I got a small backlog of deck highlights at this point, but a lot of sweet things we played recently. Alright, this is an interesting take on Dino. So it's a collector deck, and it's leveraging our shield friends, and we've got Quinjet. What's Psylocke doing this deck? I don't know. That's definitely the one card that's kind of out of place. I will say, I do kind of like the exclusion of Moon Girl, because in my experience, when you're playing Sentinel and Coulson and Maria Hill, it becomes kind of difficult to meaningfully copy the cards you care about in your hand, because your hand's always just so full anyways. So generally speaking, we take viewer deck submissions. I'll sometimes make some changes, but I want to start with playing card for card what someone... This is a good rule of advice for anybody playing any deck. Unless you're missing a card in your Marvel Snap collection, you should always try and play something card for card that someone else has worked on, because they probably put more thought in it than you, who's someone who's just net decking it for the first time. Ear Life, thank you for the quarter of a year. Welcome back. And Nortelts, thanks for the 2 months. How do you submit a deck? I am full on viewer deck submissions for today. In the future, I take deck submissions from my Twitch subscribers for a $10 donation. But that depends on how today goes. We used to do these all the time, but the format became a little bit more hostile, so we'll see how I'm feeling in 2 or 3 hours after we play a few of them. Zodiac Brave, thanks for the prime. Psylocke is weird without a 4-drop to ramp into. I think that's a pretty narrow view on Psylocke as a card. Take the stock Mr. Negative deck I really like playing, for example. That is a deck that, generally speaking, wants to play Psylocke on turn 3, so that way you can play Magic or Sarah on turn 4. It's Angela in the middle. Thanks, Zodiac. What's going on, Baka? Appreciate you re-upping for the 2nd month. Do you think staples such as Armor, Scorpion, and Iceman will see power nerfs? I think if I could predict the future, I would use that ability for something far more profitable than predicting what's going to happen in Marvel Snap. I mean, both of these going into Morag is like fine, right? Hey, Dak, if you miss it, it will be up on YouTube after the fact on my Stream Archives channel. So no worries if you can't catch it live. Deal Reno. This is Marvel into Quicksilver here in the middle. This will get Angela up to 6, and then Marvel can dash around. Feeling pretty good. Angela breaks the parity that a leader would have here. Clean first game. Someone said, did you see Ben confirmed Galactus and Thanos won't leave Series 5 ever? Every single response that has been given regarding Galactus and Thanos in Series 5 has been lawyer speak at best and has never, ever used the word never to date. So Ben gave slightly more clear answers that said that their existing plans are that they're not leaving, but 3 months ago, the token shop didn't exist, right? And Nexus events were gonna be how cards were gonna be released. So like, plans change, and shit happens. The word currently does not mean never. Jordan, thank you for the prime. Appreciate the support. Good advice for the world. Plans change when shit happens. Yeah, mood. I think this is actually a Psylocke into double 2-drop, right? We were talking about, and it's actually interesting, we were talking about Psylocke in this deck, and a couple people were commenting they didn't think it made sense. Look at how many 2s are in this deck, right? From the context of how many 2s are in this deck, Psylocke actually looks pretty sweet from a turn 2 Psylocke, turn 3 double 2-drop. Is it too late to start playing this game? Not at all. So one of the things, or one of the ways in which Marvel Snap's economy has been designed is the fact that regardless of when you start playing Marvel Snap, it will always be possible for you to achieve a full Series 3 collection without spending any money. I think that's one of the really clever and unique things about Marvel Snap's economy. If you started playing any other card game like Hearthstone or Magic Arena and you started playing late, you'd never catch up and have all of the cards. Whereas with Snap, you will eventually have everything except the very small number of Series 4 and 5 cards, and you slowly get those Series 4 and 5 cards over time as they downgrade. I think with Collector in hand, I'm gonna chill on Agent 13. Collector gets bigger every time a card enters our hand from anywhere other than our deck. Ah, our lack of priority killing us. Does what series they are indicate how many tokens they cost? That is exactly correct. Cards in higher series cost more tokens and are opened less frequently from the reserves on the track. The important thing to note that's different about series 3 and 4 or 4 and 5 as opposed to series 1, 2, and 3 is that series 1, 2, and 3 are sequential. You get all of series 3 or series 1 before 2 and all of 2 before 3. With series 3, they run parallel to, or series 4 or 5, they run parallel to 3. You collect them simultaneously. Are we leaving? Part of me thinks we're leaving. Another part of me wants to just like pass and then go She-Hulk Maria Hill next turn. So I've talked about this a little bit, but something that I witnessed as a content creator that is an interesting parallel to what's happening with Series 4 and 5 cards right now is when I first started playing Marvel Snap and making when Marvel Snap hit global release, there was a lot of outcry from new players that content creators like myself weren't making enough Series 1 and Series 2 only content because those were the cards everybody had access to the first time they were playing the game. But now that Marvel Snap has been out for 3 months, a majority of people that are consuming Marvel Snap content are deep into Series 3 or somewhat into Series 3, and that's the content that they're looking for. And I would bet money that as the game continues to mature and more people organically hit that state where they're regularly getting Series 4 and 5 cards, that the dedicated player base is going to also move to a point like they did at the beginning where they're like, oh, Series 4 and 5 cards aren't a big deal because I have access to them now. I think a lot of the outcry is around the fact of just where players are at in the collection system overall, just based on when the game released. And that could be wrong. It could play out differently long term, but I will be interested to see where players' feelings are at in, let's say, April. Because in April, people that started playing Marvel Snap when it released will have full collections. I think I'm actually just leaving this game because how awkward Triskelion was for us.
Escape.
It feels, I definitely understand that it feels bad that, and one of the other things that's interesting about Marvel, but that's the point. So someone in chat says, releasing new cards where the average player can't play with them for months kills the hype. Where the average player is for Marvel Snap is going to change as the life cycle of the game progresses, right? When we get to a point where all the free-to-play players that started in October and November are Series 3 complete, and they're getting Series 4 and 5 cards every month and every week, then suddenly the average player has a different situation, right? And they've clearly communicated this, right? They've said they think part of this is growing pains, and I think that that's a good take as the game fully ramps up and onboards. Doesn't that assume no new influx of players? So it assumes that existing players outnumber new players, especially those that are more invested. So ideally, there's a constant, steady trickle of new players, but they aren't necessarily the average case player, right? They're just the new people that are coming in. And Marvel Snap's economy is very clearly designed so anybody coming in at any point will eventually become Series 3 complete and have everything and get to that endgame state. Even if you start playing Marvel Snap a year from now, you'll eventually catch up and get everything in Series 3 with spending no money, and if you spend some money, you'll get there faster. So my general thought on the economy is that I think there's a lot of very valid concerns surrounding it, but I also think we're definitely in a wait and see type situation with regards to how a lot of the details are going to play out, because we haven't seen them play out yet. I prefer Iceman. So I actually posted a new Friday favorites video this morning, and it has my preferred Cerebro 2 list in it. So if you're looking for my favorite decks to ladder up with this month, this video has all of those in it. So we have Dino for the Onslaught Citadel, which sounds great. And I think I want to Dino the Citadel more than anything. What do I want to play this turn? I think I want a Mystique here, most likely. I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna just play Wasp out somewhere. I'm just gonna play it to the right so I don't fill either of these paths in an obvious manner. They said how often they'll be doing series drop. Yes, moving forward, cards will drop series every month, chat. Every single month in Marvel Snap, there will be 4 new Series 5 cards, 4 cards downgrading to Series 4, and 4 cards downgrading to Series 3. That is the scheduled, planned release cycle. That has always been the goal, and it was communicated that that was going to be the goal from the start. One of the things that I thought was really interesting / obnoxious is that a lot of people talked about a lot of the things surrounding Snap, like cards were never going to downgrade series, and that was never the plan, that things were never going to downgrade series. It was always communicated from the beginning that things were going to be downgrading. You only play 15 minutes any game, you can't really expect progress at a substantial rate. I mean, honestly, Marvel Snap gives you more meaningful progress for 15 minutes a day than almost any other game. Chat, I do my dailies off stream over the weekend, and I spend less than a half hour a day to do my Marvel Snap dailies. It takes me like way less time than I log into Genshin Impact to do dailies there. Hearing you call Snap one of the best digital card games ever, can just give it a try, and I'm enjoying it immensely. Welcome back, Machu. Good to have you. Glad you're having fun with Snap. You had 15 minutes on Magic Arena, doesn't do half a daily, is accurate. Big mood. We could lose the middle. Yeah, maybe I'm supposed to play for the right. That's so tough. Lost the coin flip of where they were playing to there. I guess, actually, this is on me. We were kind of talking with chat. I should have hedged all 3 paths here. I should have gone Sentinel Vibranium right and played Mystique middle still. Yeah, that was the line. That was the line. Do I play other games in my free time? Yeah, I play Genshin Impact daily. My wife and I are currently doing our first playthrough of It Takes Two as a co-op game. And I also have a second playthrough of Witcher 3 that I'm slowly working through. When I say Genshin dailies, I'm not just talking about the 4 daily missions, I'm talking about spending all of your resin as well. Which, depending on what you're doing, it can be quicker, but some of the ways in which you spend resin in that game take a few minutes per run. I played Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild holds the title for the game I put the most hours into and then got annoyed with and put it down. Strong.
Opponent snapped.
I think it's pretty reasonable. I'm gonna stay. Why annoyed? Because the weapon system in Breath of the Wild is atrocious garbage. A lot of people complain about the price point of bundles and gold. What do you think about that? I think if something in the free video game is too expensive, you shouldn't buy it. And the market will naturally adjust and they'll get rid of the packs that aren't profitable. The optional video game economy is one of the few places where letting capitalism sort out the winners and losers makes a ton of sense. You gambled and lost.
Escaped.
No, that's a bad step there. There's a good chance they beat us on the right. I want Marvel Snap to succeed. I don't want it to be on life support after. I don't want it to be on life support after 4 years like Runeterra is now. Oh, you top decked the Patriot. Yeah, I guess you snapped before the Hala came up. I think Genshin is a good game. Genshin makes piles of money because it is a very, very good game. So, to give you context on my background, I am a previous, in addition to like Magic the Gathering and Hearthstone and stuff like that, I previously am an endgame Raid Shadow Legends player as well. So like, my experience with depth of gacha style games runs real deep. And the big thing that kind of shocked me about Genshin, if I'm being honest, is just how not pushy their monetization is. Like, Raid Shadow Legends and and honestly, Marvel Snap does a good job of this too. Like, a lot of people try and compare Snap to gacha games, but like, if you've ever logged in to any amount of these other games, like, there's like a $5 pop-up, $5 pop-up, $5, like they push the monetization at you very aggressively. And like Marvel Snap and Genshin, the monetization is there and you can spend a lot of money on them, but they don't constantly have pop-ups in your face letting you know that you can buy things, right? It's like, if you open the store, the purchases are there and you can go spend the money, but at no point is it constantly the thing I feel like I need to be doing. It's something that I end up doing because I like the game and I want to spend money on it. But it's not it doesn't feel like a requirement. It feels like an extra. Someone said, what do you think of Raid Shadow Legends as a game? I actually think Raid Shadow Legends is very reasonable gameplay. If you enjoy, I've played most gacha style games that release like Raid Shadow Legends and Marvel Strike Force and others, and I think Raid Shadow Legends actually has the best character and team building out of any of that genre of game I've ever played. As far as like numbers go up RPG games, I actually think Raid is genuinely second to none. At least not that I've played. I logged hundreds of hours into Raid over the course of a few years. Bring me Thanos! Thank you for that very generous tier 2 and for the second month. Welcome back. Good to have you. How much have I spent in Genshin? I buy their $15 a month thing, their battle pass plus their $5 thing, and then I also buy all of the gem double ups every year. Why didn't I ever cover Raid? I made some Raid videos when I was playing it more back in the day. If you look on my Jeff Oakland YouTube channel, there's a few Raid videos up there. This is actually pretty great. Honestly, I feel like I should start focusing on the game a little bit more because this deck's actually kind of awesome. I'm kind of picking up what this thing is putting down. Oh, they're gonna play into Machine World, and that's gonna work for me. So we just like Mystique. I was gonna say, do I Mystique or do I Agent Coulson here? Excuse me, but now we just Mystique. Get real big in the middle. You know, it's funny. I always heard so much about Genshin Impact that I ignored starting it for a little while, and I kind of regret that it took me so long to try it. Yeah, the core of this list is well done. Like seeing the Psylocke play out with all the 2-drops has been really satisfying too. Would Taskmaster be a replacement for Devil Dino? Why would I replace Devil Dino? Also, why would I replace... Oh, you mean you want to play Taskmaster with Dino? No, you have Mystique to copy Dino. I don't know that the Series 4 cards are optional in this deck, chat. If I'm being honest. Like, so... The way Agent Coulson works in this deck is you Dino on 3... or on 5, and then you Mystique on 6, and you Agent Coulson to pump them both up. Yeah, Genshin doesn't really have an endgame grind gameplay. You have, like, characters you could chase and stuff, but I mostly play Genshin because it's a good story game. Like, I like walking around in games like Horizon and Witcher and stuff like that. No, I don't think Moon Girl, again, chat, so I know this is not what people want to hear, but I'm not here to lie to you. Sometimes it makes me cringe when I hear people say, you can replace cards that you clearly can't. Maria Hill might be replaceable on this deck. Maybe you can make it work without her. Maybe like Hood could be an okay replacement for her. I think Coulson is pretty important to this deck. Because the big swing that this deck is looking to do that has felt good is you get to play Devil Dinosaur on 5, and then you Mystique, copy Devil Dinosaur's ongoing effect on 6, and also play Agent Coulson. And when you do that, Agent Coulson is 4 points plus 4 points on Mystique plus 4 points on Dino. He's a 12 power 3-drop on turn 6 effectively. I think the cosmetics from the beta will be at a fair price. I have no idea, and I prefer not to speculate on stuff like that. Just your guess is as good as mine. Chat, what do I want for lunch? Christy's grabbing something and she said I can pick whatever I want. What do we want to eat? Sushi, no. How greasy do I want to be is the question. Burgers. I'm usually more like sandwich or taco inclined. Well, we got their mystique. So Zabu plus their mystique probably means that there is a... Oh gosh, and we have our mystique too? This is so good. Our hand's actually kind of nuts, huh? Is this deck cracked, chat? Did our viewer break Dino? Wong's a little scary here. Do I need more than 10 to win the left? We're obviously not winning here. What if they rock slide into Surfer? We win? Korg could get us. I think I'm supposed to go all in here. I think I'm supposed to go all in the middle. It's close though. We're gonna lose to Max Surfer with this line. Yeah, that's true. Do we beat Max Surfer regardless though? It'd be 16. Yeah, we beat Max Surfer if I split the difference here. Yeah, I think I'm supposed to go all in mid. It's so close though. This is one that I'm not really sure which way we're supposed to be going. Monka Iron Man, just a bust. Nailed it. Nailed it.
Victory.
You pull 2 decks I prefer. Yeah, if you want to see my recommendations on Series 2 decks, I've got those posted in a playlist here. By the way, chat, if you're looking for my generically favorite decks, I posted an update to my Friday favorite series this morning. Check that out on the YouTube channel. I got 8 deck lists in that video today that I think are all excellent choices for ranking up with right now. Quinjet here in the middle. Collector in the middle. Dino is going to be the Crimson Cosmos for us. Well, I guess. Okay, that's not bad. Yikes. Yikes. I think we're dead, fam. So, I tried to get Jersey Mike's the other day and they were out of mushrooms for the veggie sandwich I like. So I told Christy to get me Jersey Mike's if they have mushrooms, but otherwise Chipotle. I would not recommend saving for Series 4 or 5 cards unless you have every Series 3 card you are happy with. Know when the card drop will be. Yes, the patch is scheduled for January 31st. Well, cards will downgrade from series across the board. Sentinel here with Quinjet, and then I get to Sentinel plus Maria Hill. Next turn with Quinjet discount. I think if we were playing for keeps here, we should snap them on Sanctum. Well, I mean, normally I don't play weird board games. I'm not a huge fan of them, but we have Dino and Mystique, and we're filling the center here, so I think this is fine. How long did I wait for my title? Far too long. It's like my 20th one or something. Oof. Oh, shame. Order. So muscle memory got me. Normally it's right to play Reality Stone last because you don't want to like get Death's Domain and then kill your Dino. But I have Mystique, so we're supposed to do the opposite of muscle memory. Muscle memory gotcha. Show me your secrets, opponent. Reach deep into their pockets, Mr. Cable. Yep. Titan is not. Oh, I'm so dumb, chat. Zeros can go in here. Schlappy. Space is pretty precious too. If you would rather open the cards that they are downgrading rather than the current cards that are already in Series 3 and 4, then it could make sense to chill on spending your resources until the end of the season. But also keep in mind, chat, that there's going to be downgrades literally every month moving forward. So if you're waiting just because you think that you're not going to be waiting again later, keep in mind that, like, next month at the end of February, they're going to be downgrading Darkhawk, Sentry, and Null, right? Well, there will always be more cards to wait for downgrades on. Well, there's Sarah deck. Interesting. I think we're dead. We'd have a decent shot to win if Widow's Bite was here and I could put more stats mid. Someone said it makes sense to wait if you're Series 4 complete. Yeah, that makes sense to a degree. You're waiting on Series 4 cards. If you're waiting on Series 4 cards, if you have all the Series 4 cards and something's downgrading that you don't have, waiting can make sense. And I'm in that spot. I'm waiting. I need Super Scroll. I'm torn on if I'm spending tokens on him or not. Oh gosh. LOL. Okay, we're dead. Let's be honest, we should wail for the badge. I'm torn. Because, like, I really want to get Shauna and Dazzler right on release. Shauna and Dazzler are decks I want to build cards with. Or cards I want to build decks with. Welcome to a live one, tell your turtle. Have you felt about the hazmat nerf? LOL. Rip Cerebro one. Yeah, and I won't be in the position for very long where I have to decide between which cards I'm getting. Once we get like one or two more of these big packs, like the extra credits from the Dino pack and such, like the first big expensive pack they put out in February should put me to a point where I have every card in the game. We'll just have everything white when it releases as long as I keep playing and spending. Why not Cable over Sentinel? Because I want to get the Sentinel train going. So Cosmo is an anti-tech card in this deck. You can play Cosmo on turn 6 into your Devil Dinosaur path if you are expecting a Shang-Chi or an Enchantress or a Rogue from the deck you are playing against. So I think this is Collector. Just be Collector Coulson, honestly. See what 4 and 5 we get. Blue Marvel ain't bad, shit. Put us ahead over here. This puts us to 5, 13, 16, so up by a little bit. I could Maria Hill here for +3, 4, 5, 6, only going to 12. Yeah, we're super dead to leader, is accurate. think we go.
Escaped.
Yep, after playing many of your lists, I think Juggernaut is great and criminally underrated. Yeah, I think Juggernaut and Viper are probably the two most underrated cards in Snap currently. They punch way... They punch way above their weight class. Very consistently. Yes, so the thing to understand about being Series 3 complete and getting extra tokens is Series 3 complete is not a state that you get to and then are there forever. When they add new cards to Series 3, you have to recollect the new cards they added to Series 3, and then you'll go back to getting all of those things again. So it's very much on again, off again type thing for most people. One of the things that really seems to confuse people about their understanding in the Marvel Snap economy is that when you become Series 3 complete, you don't stop getting the 100 token drops inside of the reserves. What happens is, when you open a reserve, if it has a card in it, and you're Series 3 complete, the game goes, oh, this person's supposed to get a Series 3 card. They have all the Series 3 cards. Instead, they get 200 to 600 tokens. And then in addition to those, there are also still the 100 tokens reserves per group of 4 as well. So what happens when more cards drop down to Series 3, the game will go, oh, this person is missing a Series 3 card, give them a Series 3 card. Leech is fun. I enjoy getting leeched. Well, I think we win? Question mark? That was great. Series 3 incomplete and you pull a Series 4 card, does it reset your pity timer for pulling a Series 3 card? Again, this is another very common misunderstanding of how the Marvel Snap reserves work. There is no pity timer in Marvel Snap's reserves. You cannot run bad and you cannot run good. All of the reserves along your collection level track are broken up into groupings. There are groupings of 40 reserves that then have subgroupings of 4 reserves inside of that group of 40. And if that sounds like gibberish to you and you don't understand what I mean by that, check out this video here where I break it down in full. At one point, Marvel Snap had pity timers in how you pulled cards, but that has not been the case for several patches now. Collector the left, I think. And then we'll get... That's an interesting question. Do we Agent 13 and Maria, or do we Agent Coulson on this turn? I think I want to do these two. I want to do these two. I have not had a chance to play the Nick Fury deck post-alter. We played one deck of my choosing this morning. This is the first of a handful of viewer deck submissions. We may or may not have time to play the Nick Fury deck this evening, or later this afternoon after our 5 viewer decks. How did the community not riot when the pity was removed? Probably because the community took the time to watch the video I just referenced and didn't get needlessly fucking mad about something they didn't understand that was actually an improvement for them. Just a good, clean example of everything that is wrong with people in 2023. What do you mean this thing that's better for me happened? We should be mad about this. Oh, I can't believe they made it better for us. Fuck second dinner. Why would they improve the system?
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
That reminds me, there was a comment on my video about Series 4 and 5 cards getting downgraded, and someone left the comment that they've been saving for Shuri since the game started, and they're mad that by the time they got 6,000 tokens, she's going to be cheaper. And it was just like, why wouldn't you be happy that you're gonna get the card that you want and now it's half as much? Like, why? What? Shouldn't you be excited about the thing that you've been waiting to get is going to be cheaper by the time you get it? I just felt like my brain was melting as I read it. It was just like... What's going on, Egghead? Thanks for the prime. We get Shang-Chi here. Why not go left? Because the Space Stone lets them play left still. I'm hoping 12 is enough to win, right? Wait, that works! Yes! Get wrecked, Valkyrie! Clean. So, Valkyrie sets... I love this variant, by the way. Sets the power of everything to 3, which actually boosts the Devil Dinosaur because it goes from base 0 to base 3 plus the bonus. Fantastic. Got him. They made our Mystique into an actual dino. Yep, she's all grown up. She's all grown up. $13 into Vormir. I honestly think this might be my new favorite Dino build, chat. This has been the cleanest Series 3-4 late game Dino build I've played in a while. Yeah, feels real reasonable. The Ronin Dino build that I had previously liked kind of hit a medium point in the metagame. Because, like, more people just, like, playing decks that organically emptied their hands. Need to draw Dino this turn, though.
Opponent snapped.
Okay, done. Yeah, it's really solid, Headbutt.
Escaped.
I think probably the best piece of, I think there's two really good pieces of innovation in here. The first is that the lack of Moon Girl kind of acknowledging that she's awkward with all the other card generation, I think is a great insight. And the other is Psylocke in a deck that's looking to just play 2-drops faster is kind of gas.
This land is always changing.
Really not interested in playing, I guess we have, maybe we stay. Normally I don't play Weird World games, but Collector actually gets bigger every turn and we have Dino Mystique. Maybe this is fine. Maybe. This could be okay content. I guess it depends. Like, we have the Dino, but I don't have any card generation. It's like our Dino's actually gonna be kind of small depending on what their deck does. Buying the season pass gets you... But buying the season pass gets you a first badge. I would assume so. Oh, they also have my Quinjet, though. Oof. All right, I'm done. I think we're done.
Escape.
Are Nick Fury and White Queen not worth? White Queen might be okay. Nick Fury is not. Nick Fury is super clunky. We're gonna try an Electro Nick Fury list later. It's probably still not good enough. Solid curve here. Quinjet into Hill into Agent Coulson, and then we've got Dino and Mystique here as well. Ooh, wow, that's actually incredible, right? Do we just do this now, right? Is this good? I think this is good. Are they Cerebro Bast, I think? Ooh, Blue Marvel helps us break Valk parity, potentially. We'll see. If they have Cerebro too, they still beat us, though. We'd have to try and win the breaker here. I doubt either of us can get into Death's Domain. Oh, they probably have armor, actually. I would assume is the case, huh? I think we just go Blue Marvel into Cable, huh? Just get as many stats into here as possible. Don't have it. Yeah, this is part of the problem with the Cerebro 3 deck, is that, like, oh, Sentinel would have been one more. Yeah, good call. When it doesn't have Cerebro, it just doesn't do a whole lot. I guess Adam Warlock with Bast helps with that a little bit, but maybe they had Cerebro there and it just wasn't enough regardless. That could have been it too, I suppose. I think decks like this one are some of the most fun you can play in Snap, just purely due to the fact that They give you such a wide range of play patterns, right? Like drawing cards from your opponent's deck with Cable, Maria Hill, and Coulson, like RNGing cards for you. The gameplay tends to be very dynamic on average. Very different game to game. Sedge. Black Bolt need a massive buff to see play. No, I think Black Bolt will hopefully be playable when Stature gets released next month. Is my hope. Lost the coin flip to have priority here, which is sad. Kind of wanted to Cosmo them over here. It's a Devil Dino. Just do this and play for all three. Dino's only 7 on the left, but we'll be up a little bit in the other spots too. I would be surprised if there's a deck where Orca is competitive, if I'm being blunt. Did I try, when you say Spider-Man and Artem Zola, are you talking about inside of negative? I don't think you really want lockout like that. You'd rather just like put big numbers into play. Someone asked about Black Bolt, chat. Chat, you want to see how confident I am Black Bolt is going to be playable when Stature drops? We bought the sexy variant out of the shop. So this one came up a couple of times. I was like, you know what? This land's gonna be playable when Stature drops. We pulled the trigger on it. No regrets, chat. No regrets. We're gonna play this Bad Mama Jam enough to infinite split him. All right, chat. Non-subs. I will see you in 1 minute. You're not gonna miss any gameplay. I think we're gonna play some more of this Dino deck when we come back. I've got a few more viewer decks, but I'm kind of vibing on the Dino decks. We're gonna play it for a little bit more. This is the best Agent Coulson deck I've played. It feels like the best Dino list I've played in Series 3, 4, 5, etc. Am I looking to buy something specific from the token shop, or am I saving for new cards? I think I'm just saving for new releases at this point. Sorry. Okay, why must he? I actually hadn't looked yet today, chat. This is tempting, but if I click the button, I won't be able to get Shauna. No, Stature will be a February card, Zoe. Shauna and Dazzler are the next two, and I definitely want Shauna and Dazzler. I want Shauna and Dazzler. I think they'll make for more interesting content than him. I think there's like 1 or maybe 2 Sauron decks, if that. I want Shauna the first time she pops up in my shop. Well, that makes my am I playing Collector Angela decision first easier. Interesting. Yeah, for the record, I don't think Sauron is bad. And I think it's probably kind of neat. I just think there's like only one deck to build with it. And in terms of like spending my resources while I can't get everything for content, I feel like I need to spend them on things that go in more than one deck. This has been so awkward for us. Why is Angela good in this deck? Isn't she only ever 6 power? Yeah, that's true. Can you recommend me a different 2-cost card that has more than 6 power? Because you're correct. Without synergy, I should just play the other 2-cost card with 6 power. I mean, even in games like this, where she's like, only okay, she's still pretty fine, right? Is he gonna get up to 6 here still, too? We just do this, he says, before Cosmo moves into the middle. Like, you gotta remember, chat, the on-rate amount of stats for the average 2-drop is like 4 to 5. So any game Angela's getting to 4 is fine. Any game she gets to 6, she's above rate. And she's gonna frequently get to 6 in this deck. It's one of the reasons why when they cut 1 power from her, it was a good nerf. She's still an incredibly playable and powerful card, even with 1 less stat line, so it's a good change. Oh, we lost because of no, we would have lost anyways. That's the New York Shuffle, chat. Cosmo denied us 2 more power on the right this game. Opponent gambled big that we were moving to New York. The person that said, why would I ask you the question back, what other 6-power 2-drop should you play, instead of just spoon-feeding it to you? It's always interesting. You always learn with a spot like that who's never had a good teacher in their lives. A good teacher isn't just going to lecture you and tell you the correct answer. They're going to challenge you to think for yourself and learn how to come to better answers and conclusions on your own when they're not there. So me saying, instead of explaining to you that getting to 6 is good enough, I instead ask you, hey, what's the other 6-power 2-drop you want to play? Which then leads to the, oh, there isn't one. Let's think about what the other ones are and what they do and how she compares. I think if you wanted to replace Maria Hill in this deck, you should play Hood. You want a cheap on-curve card. Opponent Snap. Turian's okay. Not amazing, but fine. Probably Lizard middle Sentinel, right? Seems fine. I want to play Lizard in a spot where they haven't already played a card out. Daredevil and Electro. They snapped because we're getting Galactus then, huh? And we're probably just dead. I guess we'll Agent 13 and Maria Hill, just in case either of these RNG us into something that gets us out of the Galactus situation. Oh, they just get to Galactus this turn, actually, right? Because of the Titan. Mystique's pretty important for this archetype. Being able to duplicate your Devil Dinosaur effect on the final turn is good.
Escape.
In my opinion, who's the best snap player on the Twitch platform? I think without some type of mechanic like regular tournaments that players are able to compete in, you can't really have a very good measure of who's better. I think the way MMR bans end up working out in this game and how you play against so many bots, depending on when you're playing and what your MMR is, it becomes very difficult to measure in a remotely objective manner who is a better or weaker snap player. Better players will progress up a ranked ladder faster, but just because you progress doesn't mean you're better. There's definitely a volume of games factor that goes into all of these things. I don't usually bother covering the random miscellaneous events they run in Marvel Snap because they're usually not accessible on the PC client, and they usually give a middling amount of rewards anyways. Alright, well, we're playing against Leech Leader. It's likely the case. Maximus, Scorpion, Thor, all Leech Leader cards. Scorpion's like one of the only other 2-drops that comes remotely close to providing 6 power worth of stats. And even then, it's usually only like 4 or 5 at most. Okay, well, we didn't get leeched. Just do this, right? And this gives us...
Opponent snapped.
I think we're in an okay spot here. Although I guess we have priority is bad for us. They didn't leader us, that's good for us. It's a Shang-Chi. Do we win the left then? Sure do. Clean game. Yeah, we would have died to a leader there because we had priority.
Victory.
I like it. Oh, we could have Coulsoned an Agent 13. Okay, yeah, I missed 2 points over here. Technically, 4 points. Good shout out. No, wait, is that the same number of cards, though? I'd be down a card in my hand, and which would have made my Dino in the middle smaller, right? Because I would have played out 1 more, and I would have generated the same number. Yeah, I think Agent Coulson's actually better, because we don't know that our Dino's dying in the middle. So I think I like hedging this being bigger here. Oh, dude, that was a good question, though. I didn't consider the line that you suggested, but after considering it, I prefer mine. By the way, MK Murray, sorry I didn't see your DM back. Thank you for checking out the HelloFresh promo and signing up using my link. Appreciate you supporting my content. Enjoy your 6-month sub gift. Capital Locks, thanks for the prime. If you're looking for some delicious food chat and you want a free sub to the channel to go along with it, check out HelloFresh if you live in the United States. What's going on, Capital Locks? Thanks for the brand new prime. What criteria makes you choose between Lizard and Mojo for a 2-drop? So there's a lot of context there. So like in Mr. Negative, for example, you can't play Lizard because inverting him is bad. However, in other decks, you have to consider, is your opponent filling the board and are you filling the board? So it's a little bit of a metagame consideration as well. Collector in the middle, try and match their sunspot here. Raptor is a location we can't swarm into, so if we're going to try and play for the left, the Devil Dinosaur probably wants to end up over there. This is extra awkward as the locations continue to close in around us. I think I like Quinjet into Cable here. I think I'm gonna lock myself in here in the middle because it's only a soft lock because Collector can technically grow more, right? Sweet Widow variant here, by the way. Inkified at that. Oh, and hitting them with the bite before they Moon Girl is aces. I'm gonna play Devil Dino here, and then the best draw in our deck is Mystique, which we're 1 and 4 to have. I think we just Spider-Woman left now, right? It's close, though. This ties the middle if they don't soak anything. Whoa. Okay, so we gotta win left and right. And we got Cosnode. Brutal. Their archetype is super good. I almost had this deck list in my Friday favorites, but I felt like 9 deck list was gonna be too many. Yeah, the Moon Girl She-Hulk deck is fantastic. Okay, show you that deck. That deck was highlighted on my YouTube channel as a deck highlight yesterday or the day before. Remember, chat, I post a different deck 7 days a week over there. It's not just repeats constantly of the same things over and over and over again. I generally speaking, try and wait 2 to 3 weeks before repeating a deck I had previously highlighted. There's a lot of great decks in Marvel Snap, but if you want a good range of them, make sure you're subbed there and checking it every day. Icy, thank you for the brand new tier 1. Appreciate that. Our deck does not have a way to get power into Death's Domain here, which is unfortunate. Have you highlighted a Leech Leader deck yet? I do not enjoy the play patterns of Leader as a card, and my channel is devoid of highlights that feature that card for that reason. I try to practice what I preach, and you'll frequently hear me say you should play games for fun. So even when something is very good, if I don't enjoy playing it, I don't play it. That's true. Coulson or Agent or Maria could give us a way to get into Death's Domain, potentially. One of the fun things to do with these random card generations. My cards have not been updated with the new patch. What should I do? You should update your client. If you're having an issue on your mobile, you should uninstall and reinstall. Unlike a lot of other card games, other games in general, Marvel Snap does this kind of neat and novel thing where you can play on the old patch for a couple of days afterwards.
Opponent snapped.
I think we just leave here.
Escaped.
Yeah, Moon Girl's not here because she has a hard time copying cards you actually want to copy with all the random generation. I don't think so, Mr. Joker. Crash Cycle, thank you for the Prime. Playing on the old patch as you play against bots or other people that haven't updated, yeah. How do I choose what viewer next to play with? 5 of my Twitch subscribers sent me $10 donations along with a deck list to play. I have a queue of the other 4 that I'm playing today after this already. TVA is such a boring location, chat.
Escaped.
As long as other content continues to provide me the ability to put a roof over my head and feed my kids, I don't ever intend to touch Magic the Gathering again. It was incredibly depressing watching Wizards of the Coast take the Magic Arena client that had a ton of potential in 2018 when it released and fly it straight into the ground, along with all of the other obvious and clear issues Wizards has as a management level. It has been incredibly refreshing playing Marvel Snap and seeing how Second Dinner and the people that work there have handled communication around the game. And, we're just Cosmoing. Where were you last turn, Angela? Where were you last turn? I guess we just do this. And then we'll Devil Dinosaur right into Mystique Coulson on the last turn. I guess the question is going to be, can Dino keep up with Hawk? It might not be able to. Hey, thanks for over 2 years contract. Appreciate that.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
And the Machine World actually keeps our hand full and keeps us from doing anything here. Or keeps us from making their Darkhawk smaller. I'm gonna hope they play left here, I think. A little bit of a coin flip. They don't know that our hand is bad because of Cosmo. This is 16 power on the left here. Damn. Yeah, I don't know. The proactive Cosmo on 3 was probably wrong. We drew the Angela, and I probably should have just played Angela here. I probably should just save Cosmo for explicitly counterplay. Open Thanos, any tips? My 2 favorite cards to play with Thanos is Quinjet is good in basically every Thanos deck, and then Lockjaw is also excellent. Ooh, chat. Normally we can't get into the Sanctum, but Agent 13 has our back. Sentinel into Machine World is kind of funny. They probably can't get into Sanctum. What cards would a Zabu deck play that could get into Sanctum, Chip? There's specific amount of matches you play with the viewer deck. I play decks for at least a half hour. And if I really like them, we sit and chill on them for a good long while. Well, New York is closed. Is plus 10 enough to win the right? It might be. It might be. I'm gonna stay. Some of these decks played Chavez. We beat Chavez. They didn't copy their Hawk at all. I think we're good to go. Some play Magneto. I haven't seen too much of that. I guess we saw that in the previous game. For beating Leader. Oh, yes. The classic Zabu Arrow Leader deck. Just put it in everything, chat. Just put it in everything.
Victory.
Did they not see Angela? If I had played one big thing there, their leader would have beaten one big thing with Angela there. Is noteworthy. It's why the opponent likely did. Yeah, I think we get Angela going here. Okay. Okay. If I was a snapping man and not making content, we would snap here. That's actually going to be a good one here in a little bit as well, right? Because we'll get to play it out somewhere and, and this will be full. Oh, yeah, I should probably put in the Dark Dimension. This turn's a good call. Yeah, that's a good shout. I could have been in the Dark Dimension this turn. Yeah, because if I would have put the Sentry in the previous turn, do we think of Dino into Sentry? I think I like it. I think I like it. We don't know if Shuri's hitting this or something going here yet. Or something going here, I guess. Hitting something going here. Thank you, love. Yeah, so we're gonna come up a little bit short here. Sorry, I said Sentry, I meant Sentinel, chat. Not playing the Sentinel didn't punish us, at least. I would not be surprised long term to see Hawk and Shuri lose some stats. Actually, honestly, the more I think about it, I almost hope they make Darkhawk not be a 4-drop. In your opinion, what rank does rank become more difficult and considered high rank? When you get past 70, things start to slow down a little bit. On average, people start understanding how to snap and retreat better and play a little bit more conservatively. I was a little late here. All right, so they have my double dinosaur. Their hand has a good number of cards in it. There's Devil Dino. We have Mystique for over here, so hoping to draw Coulson for the last turn. Probably isn't enough here, unfortunately. We'll see. Have a lot of cards. Can play a lot of cards. Base J, thank you for the brand new Prime. And Pino, thanks to you over 3.5 years. You got opponent. I'm up by 13. Is that enough?
Victory.
Last second retreat later gamers trying to extract every drop of equity for 1 cube. All right, let's get one more decent game in with this, then we're gonna rotate to the next Fury deck. We won't be able to spend this long on everything, but I think this is, I've been wanting to find a good Agent Coulson deck, and this is definitely the best Agent Coulson deck I've played. Very happy with what's going on. Bobby Super, thanks for the 2 months of Prime. Welcome back. Get to Psylocke on 2, into double 2-drop on 3 here. Well then. We have a Mystique. I just need to play into here. Just choked on board space. We can still Chavez next turn if we want, because of Quinjet. Devil Dino, eh? This is better now. Yeah, getting the Devil Dino down now in front of Leech is great. And then I think we fight Chavez here. We beat Leader, right? They're obviously the Leech Leader deck. Do I play Sentinel for 3 in one of these 2 paths, or do I want the extra points over here? I think I want the extra points on the left. Yeah, thanks to the Leader nerf, I actually don't have to play Sentinel in the middle here. Because if they Leader right, they're losing here and they're losing here. And they'll win the middle, copying my Chavez. I think we just hold the Sentinel to keep the Devil Dino bigger. Just wanted to gamble that I was gonna play right.
Victory.
All right, let's slide along to our next deck, huh? Been on this one for a little while. Shout out to Heck Pup for the submission. That was great. All right, shit. We're not done generating cards randomly, it looks like. Let's let RNGesus take the wheel here. Play some Hella. Kurt, thank you for the 32 buds. Welcome back. Hey, thanks for dropping by a live one, Martin. Glad you enjoyed the YouTube stuff today. Okay, thank you for the quarter of a year. Welcome back. Okay.
Escaped.
I appreciate the lesson and why Gambit is awkward. I think Gambit on average is worse than Moon Knight. I think Gambit on average is worse than Moon Knight. Well, we'll Gambit into a few more Professor X's and Armors and Colossuses before we swap it, but this game's off to a little bit of a rocky start, shit.
Opponent snapped. Escaped.
Helideck going exactly as expected. Running statistically average here. Sometimes lucky. Sometimes lucky, okay. This discards Gambit. Oh, look, chat. Armor. I, for one, am shocked.
Opponent snapped. Oh, snap.
I believe, chat. Hella's gonna win this game. Copium. Hella's gonna win Copium. Shiggity Shrek! Get fucking wrecked! Couldn't have happened to a nicer leader player. Never before have 8 cubes felt so incredibly satisfying. Mmm. Tasty. Yeah, they must have gotten Infinite off the White Queen, and I passed, so they assumed we were Infinite, which is excellent.
Opponent snapped.
I think we're vibing. We'll stay on the snap. I think Invisible Woman in your Hella deck is something that only a coward does. Because they're lying to themselves about the contents of the deck that they are playing. Putting Hella in this archetype is like telling yourself, nah, there's some skill involved in what's about to occur. Lean into it, chat. Lean into the meme. This deck is not good, but it's hilarious some of the time. Let the memes flow through you. Sweet memes are made of these. Who am I to disagree? Hey, IJ, thanks for the prime, appreciate it. What do we have discarded right now? There's 2 cards, what are they? We have Helicarrier and what else? What are my 2 bin cards? Gambit and Helicarrier. Sounds like a win to me, chat. All right, dealer, hit me. I believe I'm gonna snap. Ah, we snapped too late. Gambit and Helicarrier, huh? Thankfully, my Gambit is a highly trained Navy SEAL. So how big is this bishop? It's Mr. -3, -1, it's 5. We Hella here. And then Helicarrier goes middle. And then Gambit goes here and snipes one of these big things. All right, Gambit, murder something on the right for me, bud. That'll do too, pig. That'll do.
Victory.
Easy dub. This deck's busted, chat, very clearly. Definitely an average case scenario here and not a meme deck running hot. 2 8-cubers in a row. We're farming these nerds. I believe Copium. One man cold. Thanks for the 2 years, by the way. All right, sir. And just like that, we give them one of their 8 cubes back. You know? Easy peasy. And that game doesn't make the YouTube video. So you only put the 8 cube games in the YouTube video, chat, and then Hella's busted. The real secret, chat. The real secret to Hella is that this is the best deck you could be playing when you're streaming, because the snipers can't ghost you if you don't know what your own cards are about to do. This deck is literally sniper proof. The only sniper here is my Gambit, who's about to take away their best possible card. The only sniper is my copy of Gambit. Welcome back, Canadian. Good to have you. We do this, and then next turn we can 4 cost plus 1 cost. Oh, I did this in the wrong order. Foo. Mistakes were made. Mistakes were made. Sequence. What is sequencing, chat? Oh, what is sequencing? Sorry, I meant our draw is perfect and everything is fine, and Hella's about to roll off the top. And it's beautiful. Do-do-do. Pew! Infinite. Never lucky rubber ducky. Alright, Drax is 5 power now. It is a banger site. I understand why they're playing Patriot Surfer, chat. I'd play a whole lot more Patriot Surfer if I had the Cyclops variant. Jace! Thanks for the almost 4 years. Welcome back. So this is Brood plus Surfer here then? The Surf is up and we are down. The sick part here is if we would have hit Hella, she could have put Carrier plus another one into kill and won this game for us anyways. Yeah, Inkified Surfer looks like, yes. Omega Red boosties. My shop is back to Super Scroll, chat. It's back to the scroll. With no hella in sight, I think we just double blade on one for sure, right? Nailed it. Okay. Oh no, we discarded a card. How will we ever recover from this immense loss? All right, well, with Psylocke in play, Swordmaster's definitely better than Gambit here. Got me. I guess I get another free 10 power thing. Oh, yeah, they're probably a Galactus player. That's a good shout. Not Galactus? Just a weird broom? Great. 1 in 4 to draw hella, lads.
Neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Would have been so satisfying to beat Spider-Man with hella, too. Never lucky rubber ducky. I don't want a Colleen Wing and bin lady stuff. Yeah, I need a never lucky rubber ducky title for sure.
Opponent
Snapped me. Yeah, let's do it. Put Helicarrier into play and hedge them playing here. Their Galactus could go either side here, so I don't want to commit the Ghost Rider if they Galactus here. Yeah.
Galactus.
And they have priority. We know they're a Spider-Man gamer. That's actually so bad for us. Can we win the coin flip on the Gambit? We did? Okay. It's a real shame we didn't have priority there. Could have had an infinite. Shang. They need Shang plus a 1-drop, right? Shang puts them at 1 to R2. They need like Shang plus Lizard. Lost that game to the coin flip. Feels bad, man. Feels bad, man. The snap emote at the end of that last game was my opponent attempting to accomplish being a dick, and they were successful. We won the priority coin flip this time and get to gambit the sunspot. Monka. We didn't lose the 25%er either. Okay. Sometimes lucky. I don't know if this game is winnable, but we won some coin flips at least.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
We have one card discarded, 2 cards. Oh, right, we bladed 2. You get to play a bunch of cards here, though, right? We could win this! Hello! Hello! No! Hello! Wow, we actually just needed any combination of these locations, chat. Any combination of these locations. I was kind of excited when Swordmaster popped up here. It's like, oh, that's fine. Why would you betray me like this, Lady Sif? Why would you betray me? What did I do to you? So long, Black Cat. Hallelujah. I have to say that the existence of Galactus has made me dislike World Ship more. This no longer feels like a novel experience. It now feels like a, oh, I got Galactus in a game where they weren't playing Galactus. Deck lists like this, good to rank up with. I can't tell if that's a serious or ironic comment. I'm gonna Ghost Rider the Gambit back here. Murder this Dracula. Hope that 16's enough here.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Super rewarded for this line. I'm gonna stay, chat. Come and take my cube. Come and get it. Dinner. No, snapping here is atrocious. If they can't win, they leave, and if they can win, they take more cubes. It's huge negative EV to snap here. Good. It's about that time, chat. I'm gonna take a seat here. I'll see you in about 1 minute, non-subs. I'm actually gonna run to the restroom too, so subs, you're on your own for a second. Behave. Is that a strong snap bluff for them? Nah, probably not. Especially if they know I'm infinite and I'm just gonna play Go Fish. In general, bluffing in Marvel Snap is a huge negative EV play, as always. Is my shirt. When I did Magic the Gathering content, a website that sells Magic the Gathering themed t-shirts was a sponsor of the stream for a while. Coalescence Apparel. They're good quality stuff and good artwork. So like, a third of my t-shirt wardrobe is stuff that they sent me as part of the sponsor deal. Time for Weird World chat.
Escaped.
The upcoming battle mode and the potential for tournaments with real stakes or prize money will add a new layer of interestingness to people potentially being able to bluff in Marvel Snap, which is exciting. But as of right now, bluffing is a hugely negative EV experience. Recommendation on decks to play. Yeah, actually, I posted this morning my January favorites deck list. So if you're looking for decks I would recommend for use for climbing at any rank, check out today's YouTube video. There's eight different decks in there. I don't mind Weird World when I'm trying to climb, but like right now I'm playing this deck hoping to showcase a Hella deck, and when Weird World flips up I can't showcase a Hella deck, so I just don't waste time playing it. I think I will play in or commentate tournaments when they happen. Depends on the details. Playing in tournaments, especially in my experience with card game stuff, tends to be it tends to require like a pretty big time investment on average, and there's a lot of downtime, which makes them pretty bad compared to just streaming ladder games. Might do a couple here and there if they seem fun, but it probably won't be a super regular thing. Hey, thanks, Storm. Yeah, I did one previous Friday favorites video like the one that I posted today. And about monthly or every like 2 to 3 weeks. I don't know that I'm gonna do it every week because I don't think the Marvel Stat metagame changes that often. But every once in a while seems like fine. Alright, well, nobody has a Morbius, essentially. I get to go Blade and Colleen Wing here. And then if we find Hella, we get an Infinite next turn. That could maybe be fine for us. Seems fine. Okay. +2 power doesn't do a whole lot in Nimbler specifically. Hella. We gotta bounce to Winnow Finder.
Escaped.
I don't have a split on Hella yet, chat. Can we get, what are the odds we get like 24 more boosters? You want to talk about the real run hots? Getting 24 more boosters for my Hella in like 20 minutes would be great. I don't have a split for Gambit yet either, I don't believe. Ooh, 9 power kitty cat. Great. The Swordmaster is gonna bin Infinite, and then we'll draw Lady Sif and discard the Death, and this Hella. It's gonna be cray cray. I think I'm into Vats. Vats the Swordmaster. Okay, not exactly according to plan, but could be worse. We win these 3 out of 4s all day, chat. We win these 3 out of 4s all day. All right, we didn't kill the thing we were hoping to kill, but this is fine, right? And then I can Colleen Wing, discard the Swordmaster or Lady Sif here, guaranteed. This is the snap of a player that's about to leech our Hella, chat. They have the leader avatar. They played Lizard into Thor into Thor. This is 100% leech. Cool.
Escape.
Discard does not count as destroyed. No, they are different mechanics. We won all of our coin flips, but we lost the most important one of all. We flipped for could we have fun, and the opponent flipped up Leech Leader. Womp womp womp. Is it good to refresh missions with gold? Yes, refreshing missions for gold is a good use of your resources. You explain what you mean by data mine. Yes, in the gaming community, a data mine refers to information found by going through the game files. Is it better to refresh missions or save for the bundles? We don't really know a good answer to that, if we're being honest. It's slightly better to save for bundles if we get more collector's tokens bundles, but like there's no collector's token bundles at all this month, right? So it's kind of like 6 in one hand, half dozen in the other. Yeah, it depends on the bundle is accurate. Do we believe in magic, chat? I think I believe in magic, and I think the Nexus is bad for us. Okay. So we go Blade into Hella. We have 4 cards discarded, so we're gonna add one of these, then we'll bring a bunch of them back. We need a big one to go over here. Blade discarding will make the Morbiuses bigger as well, which is nice. Yeah, we could get hawked here. If we get hawked, we get hawked. It's whatever. Come and get it. We are certainly hoping Gambit doesn't make the cut. Although I guess Gambit does make the Morbius bigger at least, right? Assume I'm Series 3 and 4 complete, have Shuri already, and I'm going to buy a Series 5 card in the token shop. Do I get Galactus or Hawk? I think Hawk's the more powerful card for sure. Man, they're just leaving? Don't even give us a show for one more cube? They knew it was Morbid time, chat. We were gonna put him in the ground. Gambit boosters too? Still my heart. Looking forward to MODOK? Yeah, MODOK should be fun. There's a chance that MODOK makes hella a real non-meme thing. I think there's a very real chance that, like, Invisible Woman, MODOK hella, and, like, just kind of generically good shell is, like, real. You have 2,600 tokens and Luke Cage pinned. Is it worth waiting for the price drop? Do you think you would get 2,000 tokens worth of enjoyment out of playing Luke Cage, you know, for a week sooner? Because the price drop's like 2.5 weeks out at this point. It's gonna take you like a week or two to get those tokens. All of the is it worth it to do X questions regarding tokens are just largely personal preference, chat. What value does your fun have to use sooner, etc.? Is the big thing to keep in mind. Flip a coin. All right, we won that flip. Can we X-Mansion diff them as well? $1,000 tokens, the lowest a card could cost the shop, right? Correct. That's adorable. We have Infinite and Blade discarded here. I believe, chat. I think Hella's gonna win us the game. In it to win it. Call Copium. I'm gonna put Hella here, and we're gonna put Blade Infinite here in the middle. Wolfsbane! Monka, Wolfsbane! Wolfsbane, Surfer, Luke Cage, Ironheart, Hazmat. Okay. Sure. Are they playing like 14 cards? Like what? what aren't they playing? What are we doing over there? What are you doing? There's probably a leader in their deck somewhere too. LOL. Okay, so this spins Gambit. And then we're hoping to draw any of our 3-drop discard cards. Lady Sif would be a great hit. Well, these are locations. These are locations. Okay, I think we morb the kiln here. 5 power, Mr. Negative, Monka. That ain't right. Okay, I think we Ghost Rider, bring back the Gambit. Gambit discards one of these, kills one of these. Yeah, I think we have a real shot here, chat. Copium. Okay. Okay. If Lady Sif just adds 6 power to the board, right? Does that win? That puts us to 10? If they can't play center, we win, right? Yeah, they would. If they had Brood, they could get us. But Lady Sif does 4 plus 2 more on Mobius. Sick. Gambit did okay. He hit the 3rd best thing on the board, right? This would have been the best, obviously. One of these two. Okay. Okay. Do we keep the... Chat wants to keep the rock. Chat is full of cowards. Chat is full of cowards. Do not let the fear into your dojo, chat. Fear is a mind killer. No hesitation, no surrender, exactly. Maybe I'm actually supposed to beast the Morbius back up, but I still don't have any other spot to play it on curve, huh? Ah, the opponent playing Rockjaw. Oh, they're also a discard deck. Okay. We have 2 cards discarded, meaning this Spider Woman goes to one of these spots, and then Hela fills 2 more, and then our discards fill the last 2. So we have it teed up to exactly fill our board here. Nice! The Spider Woman even went right. Things you love to see. It. Got him! See, chat, our opponent very clearly isn't the professional Hela player that we ourselves are. Truly a skill-testing battle of wits this card game is. Good old rock, nothing beats rock. Nailed it.
Victory.
oh, oh. Beep, 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 beep. We try and game at the sunspot here. Super happy regardless of what we hit here. Okay. Nice, nice. All right, they're gonna get one more cube out of me before Swordmaster discards our Hella, but it is what it is. You get what you get, and you don't throw a fit, Chip. Mind Fire Scion, thank you for the 1.5 years. Papi! The classic Zabu Sandman deck for our opponent here. It's Magneto, all of our friends into the... There's a field trip in Murder World, opponent. Come here, friends. Everybody get in, we're going shopping. Sandman does prevent us from going Blade into Hella, which is a little sad here, but we'll survive. If I Hella here, she is 10, putting us to 13, and then if any of our discarded cards flip here, we could be okay. I'm into it. Think I'm into it. Everybody get in Magneto's clown car, we're going shopping. All right, it is time to slide along to our next viewer submission here. Our next one is our first viewer carpool build around we've done in a hot second. Although this one's a relatively full collection. Yeah, they're missing like a third of it. They've simply requested a fun deck to ladder with no other requests. There's also no name on this sheet, so I don't know whose it is. Gotta put your name on your homework, Chip. This is Waffles, I believe, if Waffles is hanging out. All right, who do we have going on? We've got Zabu, and we've got Absorbing Man. We've got Surfer. Sandman Zabu is a Marvel Snap Zone deck. I believe that. I believe that. They are unfortunately missing Spider-Man to go with Absorbing Man, which probably means I don't want to do Zabu things. We have Brood, so Silver Surfer is certainly on the table. We're missing Max, but we have Polaris. We have Sarah. We can play Sarah Surfer. There's Destroyer without Electro, is something Waffles could do with this pool. They have Cerebro 2. They have Cerebro, they have Mystique, they have Invisible Woman, they have Brood. They're missing Daredevil. They could build Cerebro 2 without Daredevil. Yeah, I think Sarah Surfer is probably the strongest thing in here that jumps out at me. Yeah, I think that one's relatively fun too. Let's get that loaded up. I think the one big card we have to big-ish card we have to budget is Maximus, but we can play Swordmaster in that slot very reasonably. I think they have everything else here looking at it. They have Rogue, they have Brood, they have Juggernaut, they have Kingpin, they have Polaris. Yeah, it's literally just sub Swordmaster for Maximus. They have this up for Patriot Surfer as well. They have Debris. Yeah, that's a good shout out too. Yeah, there's good. This is a good pull for Surfer. It's my current favorite deck to play. I actually posted a video this morning talking about my favorite Marvel Snap decks for the month. Check that out over there. I think the format's relatively open at the moment. There's a lot of things you could do.
Right on time.
I moved my video about Alex's decks videos to private because he acknowledged what he felt was problematic about it and is changing how he's doing it in the future. And that was the goal of what I wanted to have happen there. So we can pull Sunspot over to here.
Opponent snapped.
Snapped me. Okay. If it looks like Hull is gonna go sideways, we can storm it. I love Juggernaut, chat. I'm the Juggernaut, bitch. I was gonna jam Swordmaster and hope it was enough, but Juggernaut is just like, woo. So long, bud. Do 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 do. Bam, Black Cat after the patch, probably pretty good. The viewer collection that we're playing right now doesn't have Maximus or Black Cat in it, so this deck list isn't playing either of those, but she's probably worth testing. Wait, did they just skip their Jessica Jones trigger? Friendo. Friendo. Maybe I'm supposed to hedge the Swordmaster into Altar of Death since my opponent, since we have priority here. If they also play for Altar here, we could get punished. Yeah, I should have played all three cards here, I think. 17 should be enough to win middle by plenty. 0% should have played Swordmaster here. This is very wrong. Oh, they didn't play right. Did we get him? Might have got him, Chip. Might have got him. Mr. Not So Fantastic, am I right? Am I right? I have an updated negative surfer list. I really don't care for negative surfer. It is not an archetype that I am updating or working on. This Domino Sarah variation is my preferred surfer variant, with my second choice being Patriot Surfer. I think negative surfer is just worse than just regular negative and regular surfer. It's just trying to do too much. Deck submissions are closed for the day, by the way. If you send me money, I will not be playing your deck today. I do not take things in advance in the future. Deck submissions are a first come, first served basis in the mornings on days I'm doing submissions. Also, if you are a subscriber who's interested in submitting decks in the future, last night I posted in the Discord server letting people know I would be taking submissions today, and I had 2 people take me up on submitting a deck list last night. So I'm not building up a formal queue, but moving forward, if you want a way to get priority for deck submissions, I'm gonna try and remember to post the night before in the Discord server to give folks that are more active in the community a better chance to get their submissions in. Yes, there are 2 variations of Patriot Surfer on my YouTube channel. I think every tier list that gets posted anywhere for Marvel Snap is mostly bunk. Marvel Snap is not like a lot of other... Yeah, we're probably dead here. Marvel Snap is not like other games currently where we have regular big tournaments or big, widely spread data trackers with good, clean data that we can break down objective information from. There is a reason why my video from this morning is titled Friday Favorites or My Favorite Snap Decks for January 2023 and not Top Meta Decks or Best Decks in the Game. Because there just aren't good measurements for measuring those things, and anybody trying to make those claims is making stuff up for the most part. I think all of those decks in the video I posted are ones that I've had success with.
Always lucky.
That I think are fun and likely competitive if you play them well, but just like everything else, there isn't data backing that up. Can we use Snap.fan for data? So Snap.fan data has a variety of issues with it. Whoo! Come here, bud. Come here, bud. We about to get Green Goblin, chat? Just Storm, deal.
Aid my hand.
My thoughts on Wave in this deck. I think she's fine. She's fine. I think we've just brewed middle now. Thanks for the storm. Has there been any talk about running battle mode tournaments? Yeah, there's a few people working on putting things together for battle mode stuff. I really wish I could play Swordmaster here, but I just can't risk discarding anything. This is just tempo Killmonger, right? Actually, maybe we tempo Killmonger here. I think Groot is probably still worse than the other 3-drops you can play on this deck.
Victory.
My new headset can't get here soon enough, chat. Love the daily Snap content. I'm an ex-Magic player, and Snap has been a breath of fresh air the last few months. You've been a big part of that. Thanks, Doff. I appreciate the support. Hope you're doing well. I feel like I climbed twice as fast, not snapping when you have an obvious advantage and winning the consistent 2. Well, so you're not supposed to snap when you have an obvious advantage, chat. You're supposed to snap before your advantage becomes obvious. Why not embrace the baldness? Chat, I make decisions regarding my hair the same way I make most of my important life decisions. I look at my wife and I ask her, do you have any preference on this thing? To which she said, yes, you should keep what little hair you have on your head. And I said, okay, and we do it. The key, chat, to a successful relationship is only having strong opinions. And for what it's worth, there are some people that'll be like, oh, yeah, you should just do anything to appease your wife. And like, you should work together in your relationship. But the key is, I don't care about how much hair is on my head. It could be this or it could be none. And if I don't care if I have some or none, and she does, then she can pick, right? Like, when there's a decision to be made and I care about the results, we negotiate if we disagree on something, right? So like, that's the key. Is like, if I care, then we talk about it. But if I don't care and she does care, then we can do it her way in that instance. There's no need for me to be like, oh, this needs to be how I want it to be done if I don't actually care. What if neither care? I don't know, flip a coin? Someone, in most instances, one of the two people in a given relationship cares more about the outcome of a given thing. The degree to which you care about it will vary a bit, but generally speaking, one of the two people making a decision is like, yes, I feel strongly about this. Do we win because we get 3 broods? I believe we win because we get 3 broods, right? No, we're short on the right. Leader! Getting close to splitting our winter rogue too. I have a split on the base rogue, but I was able to get this one to red, and I was like, yeah, let's play it. You still play Polaris if you didn't have Kingpin. Yeah, I think Polaris is Polaris is up there. You know, I feel like I should make an underrated cards video. Polaris is up there on the list of underrated cards, chat. She's so good it does not get enough respect. My wife and I often roll dice if we decide we truly don't care. God bless gamers. Now, Kingpin is not a generically good card, sad to say. So if you're missing Juggernaut and you're missing Polaris, then you shouldn't play Kingpin. However, if you are playing Juggernaut and you are playing Polaris, Kingpin's a fine other 3. But if we were playing for keeps, I think snapping before Killmonger flipped up there would have been a good idea. We're just playing casual. Body High Tower, thanks for the over 2 years. Welcome back, appreciate it. By the way, thanks everybody for hanging out today. It's still kind of crazy to me to look over and see over 3,000 concurrent viewers periodically throughout the day. For anybody that's new to the channel, welcome. My name is Jeff Hoagland. I make content full-time here on twitch.tv. I'm generally here streaming Monday through Friday from about 9 a.m. until about 5 or 6 p.m. in the evenings. I will be off on the weekend. So Juggernaut wins, right? Does it? How do I want to spread this? This is probably better to win, right? And then we do this here, and then we Surfer. It is Hoagland, long O, yeah. On a Cosmo mid? I think we're losing to the Dracula mid. I'm gonna play like we're losing to the Dracula mid. All right, we really wanted one of these. Losing this coin flip twice really sucks. Is 17 enough? Ooh, it looks like it is. Sick. It's just so good, chat. It's just so good.
Victory.
Love him. I love him so much. Utility. Is Jug an instant buy in the token shop? I think Juggernaut's a very good card, and if you like the way it plays, it's a good use of tokens. Thanks for the support, Patches the Hyena. Folks like you make my job possible. I am off from doing live stuff here Saturday and Sunday, but if you're someone new and you enjoy the vibes of my content, be sure to check out my YouTube channel as well, Hooglandia Snap. I've been posting highlights there 7 days a week since Marvel Snap hit open release back in mid-October, and I don't plan to slow that down with daily content anytime soon. You can find a video with a new and interesting deck list up there every single day of the week. Nah, I never fault the leader player, Silica. I only fault the leader player if they sit there and emote me after they leader me. Good luck. Good luck in the rest of your laddering today. Appreciate the 2 months. This Space Stone, they're just moving an angle? Well, I guess I get to draw a bunch of cards and just kill them in Fisk Tower, huh? Or Carnage, sure. You can have Rogue or Polaris. In my opinion, the only must-have 3-cost card for Silver Surfer is Brood. The other bunch of 3-cost cards in this deck, you can play whatever your favorites are for the most part. Obviously, different ones like Juggernaut provide varying amounts of utility, but the most important one, not close, is definitely Brood. You will lose significantly more games with this archetype if Brood is not in your deck. Yeah, we should probably gamble on the Polaris Carnage here. Whoa, this Venom is huge. I think if you're missing Sarah, I prefer Patriot, what's it called? Is Cerebro unplayable? No, I think Cerebro 2 is great. Cerebro 2 is one of the decks you'll find in my top 5 decks. My top 5 decks video from today. Top favorite decks? How many decks? I think it was 8. My top decks video. I hope they don't have Zola. Zola would be not great. I don't think they're a Zola deck. Zola inside of I would say Zola inside of a Thanos deck would be weird, but they're playing kind of a weird build. I had 36 cubes with Cerebro 2 doing dailies today. That's the good beats. Beats. Looks like we're dead. Looks like we're dead.
Escaped.
We are playing Swordmaster over Maximus this afternoon because this is a Surfer deck built from a viewer's card pool, and they were missing Maximus. Because as before mentioned, you can kind of substitute things around outside of Brood. Just try and type again, Doombuggy. So for whatever reason, Twitch still shows you slow mode. Actually, that reminds me, I'm actually gonna ping my Twitch contact now to give feedback on that, because that confuses a lot of people. It still says slow mode, even if you're not impacted by slow mode. I was excited. I actually just got a brand new Twitch partner manager. My old one changed roles and wasn't replaced, so I'm excited to have a contact at Twitch again. Good to have you here, Kate. Remember this version to the Surfer Patriot deck? It's not really a strictly better, strictly worse type situation. I am shocked that I got one too, if I'm being honest, Super Lee. I thought they were just like retiring them. I was not expecting my one that changed rules to be replaced. It's my favorite or most played card in this game. Hood is the card I have the most games played with. Not close. Hey, Urbale, thank you for the prime, appreciate it. Any thoughts on lowering the slow mode threshold a little bit? I don't mind it, but it's hard to respond when chatting and helping with others. So, I thought 2 minutes on slow mode was going to be too long when I first enabled it, but like most things, I wanted to start high and turn it down. And the rate at which my chat moves, even on 2 minute slow mode, still causes me to miss things on occasion. Urbale and Zenpai, thank you for the support. I appreciate that. And look at this, chat. Another just absolutely aces game for Juggernaut, huh? Just absolutely dynamite game for the Jugs. So I think I'm happy with the 2 minute slow mode. It also encourages non-subs especially to... It encourages non-subs to write complete sentences as well, which is something that I want. Having people put a little bit more thought into what they're doing. We did play the Hella deck. It was great, actually. There's gonna be a YouTube highlight probably next week with it.
Victory.
Is Juggernaut better than Arrow? In this deck, yes. Like, look at this last turn, right? Especially turns like this. Like, this is actually my favorite last turn in this deck. Kingpin somewhere, Juggernaut somewhere, Silver Surfer to buff everything up. Love it. Absolutely love it. All right, let's get one more good one in with this. We'll take our hourly 1 minute ad break, and then we'll kick along to our next deck, which is a viewer submission request for me to play Dr. Octopus, which I have just the Dr. Octopus deck in mind.
What are the odds?
Yeah, it's nice to know that slow mode exists, even if it doesn't impact you, but it really should say something there for subs to let them know that it doesn't impact them. Maximus replaces Swordmaster if you have access to him. Again, just to kind of call out places where you should be snapping, but I am not, because I'm just kind of vibing while we're not masters. Snapping Killmonger into Sunspot is often a good idea. Although Jotunheim and Crimson Cosmos are awkward, so maybe not. Could go either way. Yes, yeah, I actually just sent a message to my new Twitch partner manager saying, hey, that probably needs to be more clear. And to my credit too, I need to make a point to mention that subbing lets you dodge slow mode. It encourages more subs, I think, as well, and it's just something that isn't apparent from the interface. Our chat is pay to win, but our viewing our content is free to play friendly because we don't play ads over gameplay. So we try to strike a balance. We're pay to win in some manners, but we're free to play friendly in others. Yikes. Yikes. You know, Glandia bundle.
Escape.
You know what some games have done? Second dinner, I would do terrible things for the privilege of having my Hoglandia logo offered as a sellable card back. Creator card backs would be gasoline. I think something like variants is a lot, but I think like creator card backs or stuff like creator cosmetics is something other games have done.
on time.
Play into the raft, but we're gonna reserve the right to storm it here too. Okay, so we jug them here, and then we fill this next turn before them, ideally. That's true in general. Card backs actually haven't been something you can really buy outside of the season pass, right? Huh. Oh, this is the Sandman zombie person again, huh? I guess we brood here in the middle, and then we hope to draw, what's it called next turn?
Opponent snapped.
Go here.
Escaped.
Miss a lot of your live stream. Any chance of having late streams sometimes? So, late streams are kind of tough for my schedule, and unfortunately, how the viewer metrics work tend to be lower viewer counts if I stream at an off hour, because I'm just not used to it, or my audience isn't then. It is worth noting, I guess you said occasionally, on season rollover day, I've been doing 12-hour streams, 12 plus hours. We were live for 13 and a half hours on the last two season rollover days, and I'm gonna continue doing that, because metrics on season rollover day have been good all the way through.
Always lucky.
Man, when did Crimson Cosmos get featured? That's true too. If you miss any of my Twitch streams, you want to catch them after the fact, I have a second YouTube channel, youtube.com/Jeff Hoagland, where full uncut live streams end up at. So if you want to see the kind of everything, not just the edited stuff, it's a great place to do that. 80 to 100, I think, is where things tend to get challenging, Crost, in my experience. I love that that's the secondary channel now. Yeah, the Hoaglandia Snap channel has dominated it. What did I stream before Snap? Largely Magic the Gathering and other turn-based and strategy games. So I'm kind of a relic here on Twitch. We're partnered for 88 months now, and I've been streaming for over a decade. That's been my full-time work for the last 5 years now. Oof. Priority! Womp, womp, womp. What do I think of doing this as full-time work? It could have its ups and its downs. So, like, I've been doing content as a full-time job for 5 years, like I mentioned, but, like, 2 of those 5 years was during a time period where Magic the Gathering was my most successful content I was making, and I really didn't enjoy Magic the Gathering as a game for it. So, I was very excited to have Snap as an avenue to pursue content in that's been successful because I really like Snap. And it had been, before Snap hit open release, it had been a long time since I had played a game that I really liked for my job. I think we're sure. Gonna brood the vault. Probably killmongering at some point, but keeping the extra squirrel in the vault on their side is probably worthwhile for a little bit. How did you find time to stream while working full-time and teaching? Well, I didn't stream full-time when I was doing other things, right? So when I was teaching and doing other things, I was only here broadcasting, 15 to 20 hours a week or so, or less sometimes. Burning Piggy, thank you for the 32 months. And Senpai, thank you for the tier 1. Thanks, Wando. What are we doing here, chat? What are we doing? Guess we'll just do this. I don't have any of my cards really want to play out super proactively. I guess if I would have Cosmo'd, I could have Sword Bastard. Oh, and we have priority here, so now we get to do this. Again, if we were playing for keeps here, I would snap this Cosmo. Ever play Hearthstone? I played Hearthstone for a few months, a number of years back. Hearthstone has very shallow... Oh, I could have rogued. Yeah, rogue was better. We're talking. Hearthstone has very shallow deck building depth in my experience, so it kind of failed to hold my attention. Well, so... Is rogue better than Cosmo? If they try to play an on-reveal left this turn, Cosmo's better, right? Like, Rogue would make our Surfer better later, but Cosmo, because we have priority here, potentially gets them. Yeah, it's actually closer here than I think chat's implying. Yep. There's so many other titles. Can I please just get a title that says I'm grinding missions? LOL. Burning Piggy, thank you for the 32 months.
Escaped.
We can still win versus Surfer. I don't know about that. All right, non-subs, I'll see you in 60 seconds. When we get back, we're gonna play some Dr. Octopus. Everybody stand up and stretch, get some water. I don't think 11 points worth of stats is good enough, chat. We lose, we get completely hosed by Surfer plus a Maximus, or Surfer plus a whatever out of them, right? They just play for left and right. Hey, I'm gonna go ahead and throw Max back in this deck over Swordmaster because he is ideal. There's also an extra grayscale card who's beautiful. Hey, thanks the entire year, Alluring Bug. I think Doc Ock could be good at Daredevil Shell. You know, it's funny you mentioned that. This is what I want to do. I don't know if this is good, but I've had it in my deck editor. This Wall of Root's still bugged, almost assuredly. Yeah, so one of the synergies that I've liked is Doc Ock works pretty well with Mojo because people play around filling the path for Mojo on occasion, and Doc Ock says, nah, we're gonna fill it up. And this deck has lots of ways to fill things up. We have Titania who can jump across the board. We've got Hood with Viper. We got Green Goblin, we got Debris. We have Daredevil with Hobgoblin. There is a chance that Magic's not good enough because she's kind of silly with Daredevil, but Daredevil's good with Goblin and Octopus, so one of these might be going later. We'll see. Let's Let's play a few games and see how it feels. Doc Ock is a fun card for sure. Jane Thor, in my experience, is a very bad card in Mr. Negative because she lets your opponent know they should definitely be retreating. She hurts your cube equity a great amount. I don't want a Black Widow right away with the rafts. That'll give him a free thing to play out into here. Hey, thanks, Kingdom. Let's kick some rocks up. Is it crazy to go Widow into Viper here? So that way I don't fill this? Giving them Daredevil's not great. Of course, I am just magicking on 5, so maybe this is fine. Hey, Canadian, thanks for the sub gift and the prep. Appreciate it. Sandman. Rude. New York lets me move stuff is an interesting gambit. What are the odds this wins the game? Non-zero? Does this beat... This loses to Doctor Doom, right? This beats Doctor Doom. Good stuff. Good stuff. Obviously didn't have the Doctor Doom, but I think that's the right line. I think the move the debris over, so we beat Chavez moving into New York, and then Green Goblin there will beat Doctor Doom sliding a thing in, even if they left Chavez there. Shrines Lab's actually kind of a bad location for our deck because we really want to be able to fill them up with crap, right? Although Widow's kind of fun for us. I'd love to draw a Viper so we can slide hood across the board. You think Sandman is too bad of a card at 4 cost? We haven't had our Sandman discussion yet today, so I suppose now is as good a time as any. In my opinion, Marvel Snap would be a much worse game if Sandman was a playable card. And we are much better off having Marvel Snap be a game where Sandman is unplayable. Yeah, I didn't think we could gamble this into here. Oof. Okay. Well, if one card left in their hand, what is it? Yeah, they only have one card, so the Goblin should get to flip over here. The question is going to be, can we win the left side somehow? They have priority here, which means... They have priority, which means if I sequence Titania last, we keep her. This is 6-11 power versus their 3. This could go either way. Woo-hoo! Oh, that's delicious, chat. That's the good stuff right there. I like the way you do that right there, right there. Alright, chat, I have no idea if this deck is good, but it certainly seems great. That was delicious. Our tile of the fun factor up to 10, mood. Yeah, I don't know if Magic is good. Magic's like the one slot I'm kind of unsure on. The basic idea behind Magic in this deck is that our deck is better at going long because we're filling up their side of the board with extra stuff. So they're not going to get to leverage a turn 7 well most of the time, I think. Okay, so let's Debris. And then on turn 4, we can Viper the Rock plus Black Widow them. Excuse me? Excuse me? I guess they didn't know what we were doing, right? They'd only seen armor. Oh! Oh, chat. That's the good stuff right there. That's the good stuff right there. Almost to our first Titania Infinite split. Is this deck just you missing being able to tap islands, Moon? Big blue bully deck energy for sure. Well, we're all gonna end up over here anyways, so might as well play here in case it's miniaturized lab or something silly. This was a viewer submission who requested Jeff play Dr. Octopus, and I've had this Dr. Octopus deck sitting in my deck editor waiting to be played. Just haven't had time to fit it in because the feature location was so polarizing. I think the Dr. Valkyrie deck is fine. I'm just looking for just more Dr. Octopus decks. If there's a Dr. Octopus deck without a bunch of Series 4 and 5 cards that are necessary, it'd be ideal. Like, this deck's playing Titania, but she's probably replacement level. Whereas, like, in the Valkyrie deck, you really can't play that deck without Valkyrie. Oh, we should play into the Vibranium Mines to get things for Death's Domain. That's a fun thought. As a sweet brood. Yes, Titania. Well, Valk's gonna be Series 4 soon as well, but yeah, Titania will be Series 3 soon. All right, sweet. We drew a Vibranium. Daredevil lets us know where it's safe to play Hobgoblin. Yeah, opponent probably wasn't thinking about Bifrost. They should have waited on Brood and Death's Domain for sure. Spider-Man and Mr. Negative. Fine. I shall not play center.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
We win this tiebreaker every time, right?
Opponent snapped.
Monka. Is there a vid for Doc Ock Valkyrie? Yeah, there is. Check out the playlist on the highlights. Yeah, so if I play this here, I don't get the mojo bonus. Is the problem.
I am Iron Man. I am Iron Man.
Their one negative draw, being the 5-power Iron Man, is pretty good. This was just from Bast. That is a awesome split. That's all. Their one negative draw is always Iron Man. Correct. Never not Iron Man. 0% to ever be anything other than Iron Man. I'm gonna mute the leader avatar. Save us some future heartache. A favorite Mr. Negative deck? Yeah, Mr. Negative is one of the decks I cover in my favorite decks video that I posted this morning. Let me see my preferred build. Be sure to check that out.
Opponent snapped.
Our Valkyrie is such a professional, chat. She knows exactly what she's doing. We're doubted her for a minute. Yes, debris variant's great. Goes really well with the winter variant Patriot too. Nuke Elysium. Depends on what this Hobgoblin's about to do, I suppose. A good chance this Hobgoblin's about to dunk Sokovia. Yeah, easily best draw on the deck. Working from home, it's like I'm paid to watch your channel, so here's your cut. Thanks for the 5 months, Giant Goose. Appreciate it. She-Hulk on the right. Yeah, so we Hobgoblin to lock this up. And then, honestly, Doc Ock's our best draw now, right? Titania was our second best draw. Okay, wait. It's optimal to do this, right? Because if they play one thing, she jumps across and then comes back. If they play 2 things, she stays where she is. And if they play nothing, I'm still winning this path. Yes. Okay. This is a card where I really have to talk through the permutations verbally because there's so many ways in which it can play out. Yeah, like, I hopefully it's helpful for you at home too, but that's for me just as much as it is for you. Because the way this card moves back and forth are different, especially depending on who has priority, right? Gap and Hoppy, thank you for the 2 months of Prime. Welcome back. Yeah, I think Magic seems bad. What do we want to put in Magic slot, chat? We should put in Black Bolt for the sake of playing the variant. LOL. Now he's gonna have to wait for stature chip. Gamora is pretty good with Daredevil, that's true. And Gamora's just like good on turn 6 with Titania or Demon, right? What's the Black Bolt variant? This wonderful lad of a card. It's so gorgeous. You want to play Sentry. I think Sentry is clunky without Zabu, unfortunately. Without Zabu paying 4 for it. Yeah, I think Gamora is probably the winner. This archetype feels like it lacks stats on occasion, and she's just good with Daredevil, right? This variant is a banger as well. Why no Electro if you have Viper? It's a good question. Could maybe be okay. I don't know, I feel like I'd want Carnage too if I was gonna play Electro. I'm just gonna start with Gamora. I think 3/5s is fine. Hey Matt, thank you for the 45 months. Absorbing Man. Nah, he just copies debris, right? It's not good enough. We have not gotten to the modified Nick Fury deck. We might not get to that till Monday at this point. I have 2 more viewer submissions after this one. Have you ever been committed to anything for this long? Well, thanks for sticking around here. Jimbo, thanks for the quarter of a year. We can absorb Big Man Green Goblin. That's true. That's true. Someone asked, why do I rainbow Green Goblin? Because I like the black sparkles on this one. He's pretty. He's pretty, chat. I like the pretty one. Well, okay. Okay. If we were playing for keeps, we should snap here. Definitely. What's going on, Claire? Thank you for the 17 months. Welcome back. Have you ever seen opponents you suspected of cheating somehow? My opponents are only cheating when they beat me, okay? Otherwise, the game was fair and square. Hide that I have hood. Maybe. I kind of want to put a demon into the vault next turn, chat. That's the good stuff right there, chat. That's the good stuff right there. I think Green Goblin's excellent. I think part of Green Goblin's kind of less fully generically good is the metagame has kind of gotten to a point where not everybody's swarming the board, like was common in Marvel Snap's earlier metagames, but in a deck like this where you're like coming up the board with other stuff too, it's plenty fine. Yeah, Surfer made Green Goblin a little bit more awkward too. But that being said, decks like this that are putting a ton of stuff into play are pretty reasonable into Surfer as well. Because the Surfer decks are pretty hungry for board space. Put drinks for free in the bar with no name, chat. You basically never play Titania on 1 in a deck like this. She's a late game play to provide utility. It's Mojo into DC. This is the same Zabu opponent we were just playing against. So, this is a really fun line, speaking of Green Goblin. We go Titania into Green Goblin here. And then if they don't play any cards here, both of these end up on their side of the board. And then we can pull Titania back at will later on. I.e. turn 6. Put into Viper, into armor. And then we'll have Gamora middle plus Demon right on the last turn. Oh, crap. I forgot about Grand Central. Yeah, good call. Good call. I guess that ends up working out fine, though, right? We just play our last card into DC, and the demon's 9. And we're winning right regardless of what happens on the right, right? If Demon or Gamora here, we're still winning here. And then we play our last card in the center, and they can only play one card here, or they turn Mojo on. Grand Central will not trigger Titania. Grand Central does not count as playing a card here. And like this doesn't really matter. We want Demon to go here now. Yeah, perfect. And then they have to beat 12 in Washington DC. And actually, now we just do this, right? Do we guarantee turn Mojo on? Nah, this is probably better, right? There's no way they beat 12 with just one card. And if they play 2 cards, this is plus 18, and there's no way 2 cards beat 18. Yeah, this is still better, I think. Would Leader do it? Leader would give them 20 power, and we're going to 26. Yeah, we even beat Leader here. That's a good shout. Blue Marvel would get us, but I don't really expect that on a Bazabu deck. Yeah, good chat. Good chat. Weird that they played Sunspot.
Victory.
They would need Shang-Chi Enchantress. Yes. Really solid game for us. Someone asked, have you done the math on how many levels these bundles get you? So the loose math is 50 credits is 1 level, but it also gets murky past that because depending on where you are on the collection track, you get varying amounts of extra credits on the track and random credits and gold out of the reserves. You get like 1.5 free levels for every 12 levels, I think it works out to, once you're in the end game. So your opinion on getting credits out of reserves? I mean, it's just annoying, right? A common question that comes up. Jeff, if you Black Widow on turn 3, does it stop your opponent from redrawing with Adelan? The answer to that question is no, it does not. Because it shuffles their hand in first, which means the Widow's Bite is back in their deck, and then they draw. In theory, the Widow's Bite could be the first card they redraw on the way back out, but that's pretty unlikely. So I don't think that's something really worth playing around / considering. ZXCB, you will be the last deck of today. I have one more before you after this one. So probably an hour and a half or so. Awesome. Well, I am very glad the bad dog ended up in Adelan and not the sewer system. God bless us, everyone. Viper. Not the Viper I wanted for Christmas, chat. I don't think we can win kill him, so I'm just gonna punt it with the hood here. Armor up in the middle to stop a Carnage. Okay, it's good for a tiebreaker, I suppose. I'm going to elect to block warriors today, chat. Mama didn't raise no coward. then if this works, we get to Demon plus Doc Ock here. Is 16 enough? Hopefully. They get to go 2 3-drops plus Surfer. We probably die. There are 5 cards in their deck, thanks to our Widow's Bite and the Adelan. Oh no! Just a good general reminder to all of the people who like to complain about cards like Silver Surfer and stuff. The actual best cards in Marvel Snap continue to be Arrow and Leader. The actual best cards in Marvel Snap continue to be Arrow and Leader. Would Galactus be good in my debris deck? Let me think on that for a little bit, and I'll get back to you. I'm gonna Daredevil on one. That's unfortunate. I really wanted to Viper into the Angela path. Lost their leader. Get that going for us at least. Goblin into the Angela path is still pretty good. Would have gone worse, I suppose. Good here. It's a Hobgoblin. You should snap here if you're playing for keeps. I want the game to play out though.
I am Iron Man.
This is 19 in the middle. We lose to Surfer. Is noteworthy here. Damn. Because our Green Goblin got the buff. So rough. The classic Iron Man leader Silver Surfer deck. Probably negative Surfer. Probably negative Surfer with leader. Super Goblin, exactly. Even a Boomflex.
Escaped.
Surfer be underpowered if he was +2 instead of +3? Yeah, I think so. He's probably one of those cards you want 2.5 power out of. Something of a perfect world. This might qualify as a lukewarm take, but I actually think if you wanted to nerf Surfer, I would adjust Cosmo and Killmonger. You know what the best nerf to Surfer would be, chat? Make Cosmo and Killmonger 4-drops. Or like do something to their stat line. Like I would rather see that happen than Surfer lose his +3. I think a lot of the problematic things that happen around that. Sure, that's Zabu thing. Sure, things are complicated. You could adjust them in other ways too. But at the core, I think the random utility that they get to play. Honestly, Zabu having all the cheap interaction would probably be a sweet thing for him. If Zabu is just like the you play me to play interactive cards, I think that would be good and fine. The problem with Surfer is Surfer gets these interactive cards and then also makes big numbers, right? Like, Zabu explicitly isn't a big numbers card, which is why I think it's sweet. Like, Surfer just puts stats into play. Yeah, honestly, I think I like that. I mean, you just like make Darkhawk cost 5, you make Killmonger and Cosmo cost 4, and then the interactive cards are Zabu cards, and then the big numbers cards are Surfer cards. Oh, chat! Lamaria neutered our Green Goblin. If their Scorpio would have flipped on curve, this would have been a -4. Alright, so we're dead. Yes, yeah, the only big number Zabu things are really Darkhawk. There's like some Shuri builds, but the Shuri builds are more meme and not quite as strong. Do not play Black Widow turn 2 into the Gamma Lab. Your Widow's Bite will grow quite green in a way that you will not be happy with. Central Park in general is a pretty decent location for us. Is Shuri at her best with 0 Red Skull good stuff? I don't know that we've optimized a Shuri shell yet. Like, I would put money on an optimal Shuri deck still waiting to be found in the community. If I was a gambling man. I think Shuri and Valkyrie are both cards that we'll get to figure out more when they come down and become more accessible in the lower series. Okay, and if we can have priority going into the final turn, armor will get to lock this up, which will be nice. The cat is huge, but it's not going anywhere. Eight might not be enough to win here. We'll see. Or just leave it in there, all in on the Wong Cat. We can tie them with Doc. I think I'd rather play for the left and the right rather than play to tie center, just in case they have Shang-Chi. Armor left is good against Shang-Chi and Zola. Well, I guess Zola didn't matter there because their center was full. Basically never playing Titania on 1. She's always a late game play for us. Play Daredevil in the face down here. I don't really want to put him into either of these. Luke Cage. You know what's funny? Luke Cage prevents Green Goblin from becoming -4 in the sewer system. I would be surprised if it's ever correct to play Titania on 1, if I'm being honest. Play for the right. I think if you wanted to replace Titania, you could play Rocket Raccoon in that slot or something else. Oh, they played 2 things, so she stays on my side. God bless. Are we good? I think we're good. Okay, sure. LOL.
Victory.
Your collection level 97 and someone just played leader on you. Was there a location or a card that generated a random card? That will happen quite frequently. Tempo Viper the Mojo World. Want to get stats bodies into here. Filling the board up. Their Nightcrawler can still move is noteworthy here. Daredevil mid to know where I can Hobgoblin on 5. Okay, so they have our copy of Gamora. Probably playing Hobgoblin into Grand Central unless they fill that for some reason. Hopefully they play 1 card there, so our Hobgoblin fills it, and then we get a free thing and they don't. Maybe I Hobgoblin here, actually. This locks the right, huh? Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Let's lock the right. And this way, if we randomly get Green Goblin into Grand Central, it can flip over and win that. Woohoo! God, we are brilliant. My brain is huge, chat. It's the biggest brain you've ever seen. Slide this right on over here. No! Womp, womp, womp. Actual best card in Marvel Snap. I'm the more and more it is not particularly close yet. Not particularly close. So One thing that's important to acknowledge, I think, comparing, because like whenever we talk about her being great, people like make comparisons to Leader. I'm not of the, unlike Leader, I don't think Arrow's design is inherently problematic. I think she just has too many stats. Leader, I would like to see his rules text change. Arrow, I think they probably just need to cut her power down a good chunk. At a minimum, back to 6, maybe even as low as 5, though. I think I kind of like Arrow as a 5-drop. I don't know, I could go either way on that. I will say, one thing that's fun about playing this particular deck that we're playing right now, chat, is it's pretty good against, Galactus. Any Arrow decks I like? Yeah, I really like Arrow in the She-Hulk double up decks and the Moon Miles deck. Oh, Dream Dimension means I can't Gamora. That's sad. Also means this Widow's Bite costs 1 more, though. God bless this card, chat. Oh, they have Electro, too. The Widow's Bite is good into the Electro. It means they only have the cards in their hand. They're not drawing anything else this game. Maybe I'm just supposed to Hood here so I can Gamora and Demon on the last turn. Could have been right. Running through the Arrow Gauntlet. I mean, we're just playing against people playing good decks. Remember, I'm in Infinite, or MMR's probably okay. Like most people, like most decks in Marvel Snap are probably made better by putting Arrow and Leader in them. Is like the blunt truth. But I would bet almost every deck in the game has its win rate go up if you just add Arrow and Leader. It's a location we like. Are new to hawking people. Armor for Vormir, which is nice. Oh, we get the Widow's Bite for Vormir too, though. That's a little sad. Well, that's a Shuri. Shuri Hella? Oh, the Razabu deck with Ghost Rider. Maybe? I mean, the Dakok is here, right? Oh, I didn't get my Gamora in here. We do lose to Taskmaster. Well, that was our Doc Ock, right? They knew we had it? Yeah, this was a Bugle Doc Ock. They knew that was a possibility. Guess they just weren't ready for what else was happening. Eight set of locations for us so far here. Never used leader. You had some viewer decks that submitted leader on occasion. I just don't find it particularly interesting or exciting to play with, so I don't for the most part. This is the part where if you're playing for keeps, you snap, because we have a super flow and they don't. Hood's probably the best draw on our deck. We go Hood, Viper, Daredevil. This Twitch stream is pre-recorded in front of a live audience. Thanks everybody for hanging out today. I appreciate you. A little bit of guesswork here because the Sunspot does give them variable power. Okay, and speaking of, they're fully soaking into Sunspot. So they're gonna go up to 33 here. If I put these over here, I go to 9 plus 19, which puts me to 34. Yeah. Which is good enough. Or sorry, they're only going to 32 actually. They're only getting 5 this turn. They have 1 less energy than us. We play her, the tiebreaker could matter. Well, so if they She-Hulk Taskmaster, it's only 20, right? So my Gamora wins because I have a Hulk here. I'm going to 25. And if they She-Hulk Taskmaster and win here, then they're losing the right? You go there.
Victory.
Guessing 5% get the pre-recorded joke. Yeah, Snap community actually skews a little bit older. Majority, like 70+% of my audience is over 25, and like close to half is like 30 plus. Definitely a sitcom. Sitcoms are more common than not. All right, chat. I think it's time to hit our hourly ad break. How do I know that? Does Twitch say your age? So Google has measurements on my YouTube channels because Google knows more about you than you do, and I assume Twitch is very similar. BRB. Why do you think my audience is older? I think my tolerate very little internet bullshit attitude resonates more with the older audience. I think the types of people that are upset that I don't tolerate like spam and other nonsense in chat tend to skew younger on average. Got another viewer pool build around. Balarius, thank you for the quarter of a year. Welcome back. You do a good job of getting the kids off your lawn. Yep, something like that. Dak, are you hanging out? Or am I just building whatever? I don't have any requests in here. The more I'm in internet spaces, the more I notice toxic places tend to skew younger, which shocked me at first. I mean, does it shock you? I remember the types of things that went on when I, like, played games with voice chats when I was, like, a teenager. They were not pleasant places. Sometimes it was not unpleasant because of me. It was a different time. I'm gonna schedule ad breaks. You don't always get an ad roll when I click the button. Sometimes Twitch doesn't have ad space sold in your given geo region. My competitive voice game of choice, we played Counter-Strike Source in my friend group growing up. We were mostly PC gamers. Okay, well, they have all of the good Series 4 cards, Helicarrier and M'Baku, so they've got those on lock. We do have Season Pass cards. We have Brood, so their collection's pretty solid for the last couple of Season Pass cards. We have Brood for Silver Surfer, and we have Spider-Man for Zabu is nice. What other ones do we have going on? There's no Cerebro. We have Mr. Negative, Mystique, Psylocke, Sarah Magic. We haven't played any Mr. Negative today. And I do really like that deck, and they have all the important ones for Mr. Negative, basically. They have Mojo and they have Rogue as well. Yeah, they have the whole stock Negative deck. They're missing Bast, but that deck's still very good without Bast. Yeah, I think that would be my pick for deck to play out of here. Let's build that and play it for a little bit. I don't even really need to build much. I just need to double check that they're not missing anything. Oh, they have Ghost Rider. They have Ghost Rider and Dracula too, and Omega Red. So they have the Zabu discard deck too. Ooh, maybe we'll do that actually. We played Mr. Negative the other day. We haven't played this for a second. Do they have Hellcow? Yeah, they have Hellcow. You need Hellcow, Dracula, and Ghost Rider for this deck, and they have all of those. This was the Zabu deck in my. This was the Zabu deck in my breakdown today. Oh, do they have Giganto? They do have Giganto as well. Yeah, Giganto's super replaceable though. Giganto could be Hulk if they're missing it, but they have it. Yeah, they have all the Series 3 cards from here. Dude, let's do this. Pretty solid collection. They're about 2/3 of the way through Series 3 as well, though. That makes sense. The kitty cat and our Oprah. I think this is our first time getting to play with Zabu since damn it, Bobby! You are the reason I'm not allowed to have nice things. Right here, chat. Right here. Losing the 1 in 4 to Iceman professionally. Professionally losing the 1 in 4 to Iceman. Never lucky rubber ducky. He'll make himself cost 2. Something like that. Something like that. We really want to draw Apocalypse would be our best draw in the next turn or two. Please nerf Iceman, something like that. Too strong. Nick. Nailed it. Easy. What an easy game, chat. What an easy game. Adam, thank you for the quarter beer. Welcome back. This Sunspot was the pay-to-win Sunspot variant. Woohoo! And the hits keep coming, and they don't stop coming. They didn't even see our big play, chat. We were gonna get to go Hell Cow, discard the Infinite, Ghost Rider it back, Apocalypse bin the Dracula, get 16 stats. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. They were just like, nope, Giganto, peace, I'm out. Turn 7 was going to be a party. Did you play enough to earn the Zabu variant, or did you pay to enhance the pass? So I do, I pay for the 5 extra levels on the pass, but I explicitly do not, oh, look at A2, let us know to fill the raft. I do not buy to 50 right away, because the ratio of buying to 50 right away is so, did I say 5 levels? It's maybe, I meant 10 levels, yeah, it's 10. It's just not a good ratio. It's 5 USD for 10 extra levels. Isn't spending money on the 10 levels kind of bad if you were to spend money on bundles / max gold instead? I do it in addition to spending money on those things, not instead of. We are a large sea creature around these parts. Nice. Lady Sif over Omega Red. This is the best Omega Red deck I've ever played. Don't cut him. I don't think you need more discard outlets, Jet. Hellcow is enough. You know the math on what 10 levels after the battle pass is worth credit wise? Yeah, so each level in the battle pass has expected credit value of 45. Thoughts on the Watcher as a card? He's very mediocre. Not good. All right, and then Dracula is gonna discard the Infinite. We'll be good to go. $10 caches is approximately 450 credits and half a variant. Yeah, that sounds right. So it's 5% for a variant. How do I know what card Drac will take? I'm incredibly lucky. You just gotta believe, Copium. Would Zaytu be broken if he started in your hand? I don't think so. Oh, the Giganto mirror, chat. That's fine. Their Dracula is bad, and our Dracula is good. Copium. Oh, no. Diffed. Diffed. This deck is not playable at anywhere near the same power level without Ghost Rider, Hellcow, and Dracula. You can substitute Omega Red, you can substitute Giganto for Hulk. I'm skipping Sauron for now. Pun. It'll be the, wow, talk about a scar diff, chat. Oof. Oof size large. Oof size large. Yeah, Sauron's gonna be the last new card I don't get on the day of release, or near the day of release, I should say. Technically, I still have to wait for the new releases to show up in my shop, but they're pretty likely to. So I'm not missing that much. There's a budget version of this deck that Snapster did. In my opinion, any version of this deck that does not have Dracula is probably bad to the point where you should play something else. Obviously, you can make whatever substitutions you want and make your deck worse and still play it regardless. But when I call something out as a key card, what that is trying to translate to you at home is you are better off playing something else that you have the cards to make work rather than take this deck and cut an important part out of it. I've heard players say things like, you could play this Darkhawk deck without Darkhawk, just substitute Jessica Jones. And like, that's just like the biggest fucking lie. Like, it's so nonsense and gives players such bad information and sets this just completely wrong idea for players, and so it sets them up to fail. Like, there are cards that you can make reasonable substitutions for, right? Like, Giganto for Hulk, great, that's fine. Swordmaster for Maximus, great, that's fine. Darkhawk decks have a bunch of cards that are in the deck explicitly to make Darkhawk good, and when you cut Darkhawk, suddenly the rest of your deck is much worse as well. Put this here, and I'm gonna hope that Jubilee high rolls a little bit here. RA Silver Surfer deck. Hey, nice NLX. GG's. We're dead, fam. I guess there's a world where we win over here. There's no way this wins right? I guess we can chill. Maybe Copium. Isn't Lady Sif better than Hellcow in this deck? Nope, not even a little bit. I think you could justify playing Lady Sif in addition to Hellcow, but Apocalypse doesn't work. So the ideal setup for this deck, for people that don't have experience with it, is you play Hellcow and Ghost Rider on turn 6 together, and you discard Apocalypse plus one big fat thing, and then your Apocalypse gets bigger to make your Dracula even bigger, and your big fat thing comes back with the Ghost Rider. Is the kind of thing you're looking to do. Does Chavez interfere with that somewhat? So Chavez makes you 3% less likely to draw a particular card on turn 6. However, she makes us 5% more likely to have Zabu on turn 3. And having Zabu on turn 3 is very, very important. So losing 3% to have what we're looking to do on the final turn, to gain 5% for what we're looking to do on turn 3 is good equity. It's a good use of our resources. It's Jubilee in the middle. We have Giganto in our deck that we could flip into. Chavez isn't bad either. Kiddo's home from school, okay? Did it stop?
Jacob's exhausted.
He's exhausted? Well, that's Friday. He can
Because
be
he has to
exhausted.
do too much at school.
3rd grade's tough stuff, chat.
What were we saying?
What did it stop snowing?
I don't think it snowed at all today. It snowed last night.
Oh, okay. Christy took the kids to school and daycare this morning, chat, so I just knew that there was snow on the ground. And then I came down here into my basement. Jubilee is wonderful into the Juggernaut. I think this is Zabu. Soak some energy.
Declan actually told me this morning that he's learning to write in cursive. So they taught cursive for forever. And then there was like a decade where it wasn't taught, and now they're teaching it again. So there's just going to be this entire decade of people who don't know cursive.
Huh? The literal last card in our deck is Apocalypse, is a little unfortunate. If they have Juggernaut, we could be in trouble. I think we just do this. We could definitely lose the left tier. Okay, that doesn't matter, I don't think. I think we're good to go, right? Oh, yeah. It actually didn't matter which of these got hit, but we actually just rolled as high as we possibly could. So, even if Omega Red or Jessica Jones went there, we were still beating this arrow, but Infinite beats it in the most impressive fashion possible. Oh, that's me tapping.
Oh.
I twitch and tap.
Yeah, I know. I've met you.
Christy, is this how he behaves?
All of our children have multiple theme songs.
Is this how he behaves?
Each.
Yeah. Chat, I told you. We're relatively authentic here on stream. The singing and the loud, this all translates. My children's theme songs tended to change and evolve depending on where they were at in their lives and how old they were. Never lucky, rubber ducky. I'm far luckier off camera, chat. What is my daughter's current theme song? Ooh, Hellcow is not good. Where were you moments ago? I think this deck can climb to infinity. Yeah, I think this deck's an excellent choice for lettering. I think it's got a powerful linear game plan. I think it's got pretty decent cube equity too, because people like talk themselves into staying in games they have no business in staying in. I think this is a soak the sunspot, play the infinite angle, right? We'll see where we end up in limbo in the center here. All right, so we're losing mid. God, we're losing mid by 1. We need one of these to go here. I think we just soak here. They know we have infinite, but if they also just pass, we win, right? Because we win right and left. Oh, wait. If they pass and then they infinite right, we lose, right? We have plans this weekend? I don't think we do, actually. Also just getting stuff done around the house.
Clean the house.
Haley is 2 now, yeah. Oh, they're also an Omega Red deck. I missed that. What are ideal snap points in this deck? I don't know, when your hand looks strong. When you've got the Ghost Rider Hellcow teed up. I'd also like the record to reflect, chat, that with how close this game is, this is the same game where our Hellcow flipped randomly off the Jubilee and got us a little bit.
How come only one of the locations is animated? Because you're winning it? Like, side winning?
No, they just only animate some of them, which is kind of weird. Is this good enough? I don't know that 24 is going to be good enough for your chat. They only have to add 8. You already played their Hawk, though. And if they play Mystique, Mystique is only +8. The +8 beats us, so we're dead to Mystique then. Alright, have a cube deck.
You guys stream with a smushy face.
Ah. Shouldn't you play the Rock to weaken Hawk? That's not what Dark Hawk does. You're thinking of Ronin. Hawk is based on the size of my deck.
Victory.
What's the main difference between Ronin and Darkhawk? Well, they have completely different abilities, right? The only thing that's similar between Ronin and Darkhawk is they're both ongoing cards.
That's your tagline's cute.
It is.
Was that like a loot box poll?
That was a loot box poll.
You chipped your dice.
Yeah, it's been chipped for a while.
Wow. You just can't have nice things.
Reddit told me Jeff was a joyless, bitter man, and I'm not sure how to process this happy couple. I feel like
Who says I'm happy?
I feel like it has to be projection, because the number of people that like try and like take pop shots at various parts of my personal life based on interactions they have with me as a cold internet maskless stranger is so strange. Chat, I lied. Send help. She's choking me. I think we Dracula and we Omega Red. And then we draw Hellcow next turn like a professional, right? Hey, Jeff's girlfriend. My wife and I will have been married for a decade in April.
I like when his beard is long and I can like grab it, shove them in, pull it off.
She's technically my ex-girlfriend, Chet.
That's a fun way of looking at it.
Do we... I mean, Dracula is likely big enough, right? So we do this, and then this is getting... It could be 5, but it could also be 12, 9, or 14. I think we stay for a cube here. Yeah, we actually win regardless of what hits here, right? I told my wife we're no longer dating after we got married and nobody got the joke. People. Hey, Starlax. Afternoon. Yeah, paper magic feels like a different lifetime sometimes. I was back right after we got married. 2014.
Back a what? Huh?
Paper magic. All right, chat. One pretty kitty, please. 1 in 6 to find the cat. We're a cute couple. At least half of us is a cute couple. I think we could round up from there, maybe. Ooh, this is actually really fun. So we get to Dracula the Bar Sinister and then pull them into New York. We really need to draw, we need to draw, what's his name here? Apocalypse. Nailed it. What do we think of Omega Red in the middle, and then we pull 3 Draculas into here, and then we Hell Cow the Bar Sinister.
I like it. Do it.
500 bits, 500 more if Christy wins the game. I don't know about that. I don't know if this is the right play, but it's the sweet play, so I'm gonna do it.
How's your leg feel?
Fine. Yes, I want to leave the last played Dracula here because I believe these discard in the order they came into play, so I want this one to discard the last, so it'll be the biggest. They're Galactus. I mean, we beat Galactus, right?
I don't know, did you?
Bar Sinister is one of my favorite locations too, for sure. You have leadered my Hell Cow.
Are we playing video games together?
Yeah. Christy and I are playing It Takes Two, chat. We snap before the turn 5? Yeah, probably. I don't know. There's a good chance I might have pushed them out here too, though. Yeah, okay. So the Dracula and Bar Sinister should trigger last, is my understanding here. Omega. We left off in the cuckoo clock last night, or the night before,
Victory.
Where we were just gonna start it. We didn't start it.
Yep. Where are the kids anyways? Haley is at daycare for another half hour or so.
And the boys are old enough, they don't want anything to do with us.
Yeah, the boys get home from school and they kick their shoes off and they wash their hands. They like go play their video games for a little bit until we make them eat dinner and do homework.
It's Friday. They don't have to do homework.
That is
Or
true.
eat dinner.
Our children graze a lot. Occasionally we all sit down around a table and they let us know that they don't feel like eating whatever is in front of them, but mostly they graze.
Constantly see one of them at the table with crackers.
Free range children. Yeah, that is a good way to put it. Free range children. Yeah, I think Omega Red's completely replaceable in this deck. Ghost Rider, Dracula, and Hellcow are the important Series 3 cards for this one. Oh, this is Edelix again. Played them earlier. They were in chat. How do you deal with them not eating food? So we require and we're by no means parenting experts, chat. We require our children to
We've successfully kept them alive this far.
We have. They have survived. I'm gonna play Ghost Rider after Jubilee, hoping that she gets Hellcow here. We require our 2 older children to take a full bite of whatever we prepare for them, but we don't sit there and make them like clean plates of foods that they don't like. So there's always mac and cheese or peanut butter and jelly or something that they'll actually eat if they aren't in the liking whatever we have prepared.
Goldfish crackers. Oh my gosh, we should buy stock in Pepperidge Farm. We go through so many goldfish crackers.
Making children sit there and eat food they don't actually like is like big boomer energy, and I'll have no part of it. Are we all vegetarian? No. I'm the only vegetarian in my household. Oh, right. New York just makes the end of this game a cluster. Alright, I'm gonna full bail out, chat. I'm out. Peace. Alright, it's our turn for our Dracula to discard Infinite, I believe.
The best price per goldfish crackers.
Always. Oh, no! Mr. Shang's a bad man, chat. Mr. Shang is a rude dude. The opponent's another content producer, chat. They're not ghosting. They came by to say hi after we queued into them a second ago, but nothing wrong with that. Christy was sore for sitting on my booty lap, chat.
I think you muted to yell at me or something.
Well, we might not get 2 Zabus here. I think I'm just gonna play 1 Zabu in the middle to give myself flexibility to play more things on London here. No, wait. Okay, hold on. We Dracula, and then next turn we Hellcow Ghost Rider. I guess I could do, what if I just do this? Is this crazy? Call me maybe? You probably snap here. It would be reasonable. And like, even if I soak on 5 here, we could just play Infinite on 6. That's kind of great, right? Psylocke looks great in ink. Whew! And then we hit the Apocalypse for the Dracula too. That's awesome. Monka Mystique Wong, chat. Okay, so we're winning mid. We're winning mid. Is there a Shang-Chi in my future, is the question. I guess if they Shang, we're still winning because of Sunspot, right? Gambit. Gambit would get us, probably. Probably dead to Gambit going Burr here. Surfer. Surfer would be maybe enough stats. They get 3 of them. All right, math it out, friends. Oh no, they get 5 of them. All right, what's this last one? Is this Absorbing Man? Just a brood. Just a brood. When you get 5 Surfer triggers and it's still not enough.
Victory.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby. They should have played chat. If they played Brood first, they wouldn't get the extra Surfer. Oh, but they would have won here, right? Okay, yeah. Yeah, the other order would have won them. That's true. I guess they were assuming that they'd win here, which was not correct into my Infinite, which they could have read from my pass. Don't math it, just eat it. Hey, Maccabi, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that. The cards that you play under Invisible Woman do not count as being played until they flip up at the end of the game. So if Mystique is the first card you put under Invisible Woman, the very last card you play on turn 6, that's not under Invisible Woman, needs to be an ongoing for her to copy. It actually lets you curve kind of nicely, because you can like go Invisible Woman on 2, Mystique under Invisible Woman on 3, and then you just make Cerebral or Blue Marvel your last play on 6, and the Mystique works under the Invisible Woman from turn 3. I'm planning to do a Decker video with Orca in the future. We might dork around with it at some point, but I honestly would be kind of surprised if it's not just like bad destroyer. Speaking of bad, this hand, and it's time to leave.
Escaped.
They count if she gets moved or Enchantress or destroyed as well. Well, they flip up if any of that happens. So if your opponent disrupts the Invisible Woman, it's going to disrupt the things under her. What the next card will be. Yes, Shauna, followed by Dazzler, followed by the Shadow King, will be the next 3 releases. And then MODOK is the February Season Pass card. I am planning to pick up every new Marvel Snap card on release from here on out. So we'll be playing with Shauna next week for sure. Sauron was the last one I needed to skip due to token availability. It does not count for things like Gamora, which is a little confusing. I think I'm just gonna play Zabu and Tamuri. There's a 50% chance it ends up in Murder World if I play it here anyways, and I don't really need more than one of this effect. Orca should be a 5-drop. Honestly, yeah, probably. Maybe 14's a little much for a 5-drop, but something close for sure. MODOK, the one with nothing. I mean, to be fair, MODOK's probably going to be pretty good. So, I don't know, comparing it to one with nothing is a very fair take. Yes, this second Mysterio is guaranteed to be a 0. That is correct, Turtle. I have a video recommendation for Sarah. Yeah, if you check out my Ultimate Deck Guide series. Check out my Ultimate Deck Guide series. There is one for Sarah there. Ha! Bifrost is Interesting. Oh my gosh, and then we have Giganto with a left side Sinister London. Sounds great. Kang and I would bet the MODOK season pass is Stature, Nimrod, and I'm forgetting the third. I would bet Kang and the Guardian whatever are going to be special things that happen later. This deck is not competitive without Dracula, Hellrider, and Ghost Rider and Hellcow. And Ghost. Yeah, Ghost, Stature, and Nimrod, I would wager, are the others. Shadow King comes out this month. There's 5 weeks in January, 5 Tuesdays. If you like the idea of playing exactly this deck, picking up Hellcow is a fine idea. However, I don't think that it's a generically good choice because it's kind of a narrow card. You good? We hit the 1 in 3 twice too for the extra rubs. Zabu is not replaceable in decks that play Zabu. You should play something else. Zabu is a unique and powerful effect, and decks that play Zabu tend to be built around Zabu being in them. I'd be going all in on Ghost. I mean, I'll be buying Ghost when she comes out. We'll play it in a bunch of different decks, if that's what you mean. Black Bolt is not currently a playable card. I'm hoping when Stature likely releases in February that she'll change that. Hey, Tony. Thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. That's true. If you're looking for a Dracula deck without Zabu, the first deck I listed in my Friday favorites video today was a 0 Dracula deck that I think is quite good. 0 Dracula Infinite stuff. I'm torn on Giganto versus Hulk in this list. I feel like that's a great animation. I feel like you could go either way on it. Let's do this, because hiding Dracula kind of conceals which Zabu deck I'm playing a little bit. Omega Red replacement. Your favorite other 4-drop. Hey, Wraithlight, thanks for the prime. It could be right to hold the Hellcow. Oh, I guess we're drawing Chavez next turn though, right? Yeah, so I should do this. We're just gonna play Chavez. Magneto's okay. I don't know. Magneto's, one of the things, I think Hulk might actually be better than Magneto in this deck because Magnetoing your Omega Red path is, like, not good. Because this deck has Omega Red to enable, Magneto's trigger is often a downside. Small Town Magic, thanks for the quarter of a year. What do I use to show the deck on stream? This is just my Snap.fan page, window captured. Average collection level, people get their last Series 3 card at. Yeah, somewhere in the 3,000 range, give or take. Play Chavez to the right here, and then this Dracula will be 16 or 20. Yeah, where you finish at depends on how many collector's tokens you bought. Every 1,000 tokens you bought and every season pass you buy reduces the level by a certain amount. So if you've like bought every season pass and bought every collector's token bundle, you're gonna finish faster. Okay, good chat.
Victory.
What token bundle? There were bundles that had collector's tokens in them in November and December. All right, chat, we're gonna slide along to our last build around submission of the day. All right, as I lied, this isn't a build around submission. Please play Agatha Harkness. I can do that. I can do that. I can do that. I think I deleted my Agatha deck the other day because we needed deck slots. We need deck slots. Agatha. Should we try Agatha Zabu? Leader and Error are the two best cards in Marvel Snap. The problem with Zabu Agatha is it's basically just like an Agatha version of the last deck we were playing, right? Can I show Nick Fury Copia? Maybe. We're gonna play that on Monday. I think we've ran out of time today with this deck. I think I was gonna play the other Agatha build that I like rather than try and build one with Zabu. Enchantress. Absorbing Man. Drax. Taskmaster. And then Sarah. Black Bolt needs an ability adjustment. No, Black Bolt needs stature. Stature is coming, chat. Stature is coming. Believe in the stature, chat. So, Agatha, for people that haven't seen her before, she starts in your hand and plays your cards for you. But she only plays your cards for you if she's still in your hand. The way Agatha plays is completely at random, with the asterisk she always plays herself if able. So the basic idea of this deck is Domino fills our early curve, and then we only have 2 cards that cost 3 in our deck, and both of them take control back from Agatha. So Wave makes Agatha cost 4 on the following turn, so she plays herself. And Lady Sif discards the highest cost card from our hand, and Agatha is our only 6-drop other than Chavez, so Agatha is guaranteed to always be discarded by Sif. Then Ghost Rider can bring Agatha back after Sif discards it, and the rest of these are just interactive 4 and 5 cost things, so that way we can play a game out after we gain control back from Agatha. Taskmaster here is a good call out as well, because if you wave into Agatha on 4, you can Taskmaster for 14 power on 5. Let's play some games, huh? Yeah, Agatha's like a deck building exercise. Let's figure this out together. And Sarah sits in the deck because when we play Sarah on 5, we can play 2 of her interactive cards on what's it called? On 6.
What are the odds?
Yeah, this is a wave variant that is also gold background split. It's lovely. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! And then all the careful planning falls apart and the super flow flips up and suddenly our 4-drops are playable and wave doesn't work and we're dead.
Escape.
Our brain feels huge during deck building, and then locations happen. Brown! How many locations delete this deck? Let's not make ourselves unhappy by counting, chat.
Always lucky.
Surprised you don't have a gold Agatha yet. I haven't split her that many times. I think only like 3 or 4. Splitting cards takes a lot of credits, chat. Even buying the maximum amount of credits per day, there's only so many to go around. I have a lot of cards that are waiting on splits. All right, 3rd location. Be kind. Rewind. Okay. Agatha, go left, please. Never lucky rubber ducky. Actual, factual, worst location she could appear in. Hey, Kara, thanks for the 2 months. Welcome back. Okay, it's fine. I believe. Taskmaster left, copy into the Nexus. Oh, that's true. We do get to task into absorbing here.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
They didn't? Spider-Man Sinister London? Deal? Surely I cannot lose this coin flip for another time, he said to himself. Surely we are winning this coin flip, right? Oh my god! We would have even won if this would have just been... If this would have just not hit the Infinite. The Infinite hit on this first one was 1 in 4. So we lost every coin flip and they won the 1 in 4. Ever lucky rubber ducky. Is this a good deck to climb with? I don't know. Are you lucky? If you're never lucky like me, it's a terrible deck to climb with.
Right on time.
Can't believe Agatha. That one was all Sinister London, chat. All Sinister London. Nearly 1,000 Agatha boosters. Chat, Agatha gains boosters 12 times faster than any other card when you play her. Who do you replace Absorbing Man with? Different interactive card. Well, 50-50 on where the Galactus is going. Just Onslaught. Okay. So I'm totes the bad man here, right? If you're missing any of the four, if you're missing Absorbing Man or Drax from this list, chat, or Taskmaster, you can replace them with other 4 or 5 cost cards. The deck building restriction that this deck has is you cannot play other 2, 3s, 1s, or 6s.
What are the odds?
I only have the old woman Agatha. I don't really love any of the existing Agathas, if I'm being honest. I'm playing in the Steam client right now, Brightstar. We've been in it all day. We're gonna take our 1-minute ad break after this game is over, chat. What's going on, Jakey Bakey? Mom said you had a tough day at school? Just tired? That's okay. Sometimes school is tiring. That's okay. It's okay to be tired.
Do you want to have clovers, you know? Clovers? Do you want clovers for dinner?
Clovers?
Yeah,
Culvers?
clovers. Yeah.
Culvers, that's what you want for dinner?
Yeah.
Okay, I think you can ask Mommy and we can probably make that happen.
Oh, Mommy wanted it too.
Mommy wanted it too? Okay.
Clover decorate.
So, our hand here is actually kind of great, right? Agatha plays out, and then the Gambit discarded Taskmaster. So on 6, I actually get to Ghost Rider Taskmaster for 14 power, right? Although, we really needed Agatha to go here or here. God damn it, Agatha. You had one job, Agatha. Hit the 66%. As a vegan, get it, Culver. I am a vegetarian. Wow. Wait, did we beat the... Oh, we beat Red Skull because she's bigger. That's great. God bless us, everyone. 3 cards in their hand. There's no way this wins right? And we're only tying here. That's so sad. If Agatha would have just gone here or here, we just like Ghost Rider right, win the game easy peasy. Now we're dead because they have Cosmo in the middle. Taskmaster doesn't copy Ghost Rider's power. It does not. Yeah, we can drag Sierra Ghost Rider here for the biggest tiebreakers, but I assume this game's a big fat L. Oh, I did that in the wrong order. It's gonna copy Drax now. That's fine, it doesn't matter. Does an Enchantress Rider mid work? No, Cosmo's a card you can't interact with. Because Enchantress is an on-reveal and Cosmo stops on-reveal. So point of playing Agatha if you discard it with Lady Sif. You get it back with Ghost Rider. The tiebreaker doesn't matter there because we're losing left and center. Oh, I forgot we were going to take an ad break, chat. All right, after this game, we'll take an ad break. So this is a good comment for people that don't understand this interaction with Absorbing Man and Taskmaster. Ghost Rider and Jubilee do not count as played until their trigger fully resolves. Meaning, if you Ghost Rider and Absorbing Man, it will copy the on reveal of whatever you played before Ghost Rider. Or if you Ghost Rider Taskmaster, you will Taskmaster the power of whatever you played before Ghost Rider. This is also counterintuitive and inconsistent with the fact that when you Jubilee into Angela, Angela does not get too bigger. It is one of those things that they desperately need to clean up with regards to the Marvel Snap rules. It is kind of a disaster.
Kneel before Galactus. Opponent snapped.
Take my cube, Shang-Chi. Shang-Chi does not exist and cannot hurt me. Shang-Chi does not exist and cannot hurt me. Please delete Galactus. Please delete Galactus. Honestly, it feels like since these Galactus lists have become optimized, it's actually just impossible to beat them when they do their thing. You're actually just always supposed to leave. I'll be really interested to see if this card still has its same text box a year from now. It definitely feels like this card is pretty impossible to balance with just stat changes. The additions of like Shang-Chi and Doc Ock and stuff really just lets you beat basically anything. Yeah, I feel like I'd be surprised if it survives a year. All right, chat, I'm gonna 1 minute ad roll. I'm gonna stand up and stretch and replace some more Agatha. Up, chat. I forgot. I hit the ad roll and then I auto-clicked the button. It's fine. I'll just concede it real quick. Brain running on autopilot.
Escaped.
And a magic shirt. It is, yeah. Yeah, so I was sponsored by Coalescence Apparel for a while, right? So, a bunch of my t-shirts are still Coalescence stuff. We wear them on occasion. They're good quality stuff with good artwork. Honestly, chat, no joke. Do you know I think the only way you fix Galactus with its current design? I think Galactus needs to say you always have priority. I think that's probably the fix. I think you make it 0 power and you make it say you always have priority. Because the reason Galactus is so strong is because they can play for not priority, and then Null and Shang-Chi are really busted. Yeah, just it even kind of fits the flavor-wise. That I think that's a change you could make without changing what the card does. That's true. It generally speaking doesn't bleed you from any cubes, but it's real obnoxious. Lowlands, thanks for the 24 months. I think Leader is way more offensive than Galactus because Leader takes your cubes. Hey, thanks for the Prime, Drekken. Well, I don't even think Galactus becoming harder to play against is even people having the right card so much as it's people finally figuring out like what the more optimal builds look like, right? don't think Zabu isn't good in this deck. Zabu means you can't get rid of Agatha on turn 3. Zabu makes the deck. Zabu's probably funny. But like the goal of this deck is if we draw one of our 3-drops, we get to guaranteed get Agatha into play. Both Wave and Lady Sif get Agatha out of our hand, which is their big upside. Zabu does not impact cards that didn't originally cost 4. Okay, so we have Mr. Cheese himself for the left side here. Why is Drax in this deck? Because look at this turn. I want a card that puts stats into play, and something like Jessica Jones or others don't work because I need to play them on the last turn for the stats. That's for the Pride Prison Pixel. Appreciate it. Drax is worse after the change into Carmitage. Yeah, that's true. Galactus with priority can turn Death plus Professor X into a win. Not usually, so it's pretty rare that your death is free after you play Galactus. And that would also be mitigated by the fact that you could cut Galactus's power, so that's just another stat line change. They haven't discarded anything. They're going up to 9 in the middle. I don't know if this is enough here. Probably not. Oh, we're getting armored. Yikes. Jeez. Won the breaker too. Yeah, Galactus is another one of the reasons why Arrow is one of the best cards in Marvel Snap. So Galactus is just kind of a tough beat. There aren't really tech cards you can play that you can slot into any deck to be better against Galactus without making your deck kind of generically much worse. I guess you could kind of do Green Goblin, but even then you're kind of 50-50 in Galactus. You'd kind of have to play Debris. That's not even a guaranteed thing. One of our 2/3 drops here. This is actually the first game we've been playing where we didn't have either of our 2/3 drops, so we actually just retreat here. Just bounce right on out. I think takes like that are super jaded and not based in any sort of reality. Someone in chat said, I think they won't really fix Galactus until they drop him series. I've seen other really bad bullshit takes from people who are like, the only reason they won't balance Zabu or Silver Surfer is because they were season pass cards. And it's like, no, bud. The reason why they're not balancing Zabu and Silver Surfer is because they're probably fine and they're not even remotely the best cards in Marvel Snap at the moment. Arrow and Leader are the best cards in Marvel Snap. Even -1 power. Alright, so Agatha played Lady Sif, so now we need to peel Ghost Rider. Yeah, it's a super, super de-duper cynical. they would fix this problem, if not greed, etc. Alright, show me your secrets, bud. Medusa, Invisible Woman. Arrow and Leader can't compete against Surfer. Okay, champ. And this is, again, this is the part where a lot of people that are inexperienced really don't seem to get this about Marvel Snap. When the linear deck high rolls you, retreat. You can't say this deck needs to be nerfed because when they have their best case scenario, they're too good. When their best case scenario is like just putting big numbers into play that you can predict. Like in the games where you can't beat Surfer, retreat to mitigate the loss. Every deck goes very crazy sometimes. Hub.
This just in.
I feel, yeah, a lot of, one of the comments that always really stands out in my mind that I hear from players quite frequently is, Jeff, my decks aren't good enough and I can't compete because I need better cards because of how often I have to retreat. And it's like, I have almost every card in Marvel Snap, and I retreat over a third of my games when I'm retreating optimally. There's this really silly idea that if your cards and decks are good, you should always be staying in most of your games. That just like is a fundamental misunderstanding of how the cube system works. Oh my god, they got Agatha out of the bugle. That's hilarious.
Wakanda forever.
This match has been a little bit silly. Okay, so if I do this and they Zola the Panther, we win, right? That'll be 16-19 here, and we're going to 24.
Victory.
Yeah, playing Arrow in this deck, probably fine, especially with Absorbing Man. I am not joking when I say most decks in Marvel Snap probably get better if you cut 2 random cards and put Arrow and Leader in them. Although this deck doesn't want Leader because of the Lady Sif restriction, but...
Always lucky.
Can you show a Kingpin Arrow Sarah deck? I don't know that I played anything with that combination of cards in it. What's going on, Bill? I don't know if we're gonna go full 20 minutes more, but at least a little bit. We'll see. Our afternoon viewer drop-off has happened. So I'm gonna go for like, I don't know, 10 or 15 more minutes or so. We have Agatha into Taskmaster into Absorbing Man the Taskmaster. Is this Lockjaw Surfer here? Wolfsbane flipping out? Instructions unclear, cut Zabu for leader. Oh my gosh, chat! We get to be a Cerebro 14 deck. We get to be a Cerebro 14 deck. It's beautiful. Do do do. Be do 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 do.
I am Iron Man.
Are we competing? Oh wait. It actually doesn't work, chat. Because Taskmaster... Wait, this is better for us, though, right? Taskmaster copies the 16 and then becomes 18. And then Absorbing Man copies the 18 and becomes 20. Is the way this works out.
I am Iron Man.
Yeah, so they're gonna Surfer. But Surfer only adds 12 here, right? We just absorbing right? I think we're just absorbing right, huh? They can Wong Surfer. Not with Lockjaw, really, right? They'd have to flip Wong off of the Lockjaw, which isn't impossible, but it's improbable. Oh, they could re-hit Surfer out of the Lockjaw. 3 cards in deck. Okay, so they're one in 3 to win here. Oh my god, all of their Iron Hearts missed here, but they hit the Surfer. Okay, fine, fair. Rats. So we were lucky. We were statistically unlikely to win there. They could have hit Iron Heart or the Surfer on the redraw. The Surfer on the redraw was unlikely, but the Iron Heart fully missing was more unlikely. Close. All right, chat. I think I'm gonna actually go ahead and call it a day. I have been surfed over. I am off over the weekend, chat. There will be highlights up on the YouTube channel for anybody new that's interested in catching me live here again. I am here Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. Central until about 4 or 5 p.m. Central here in the afternoon. It's about 4:30 p.m. Central now. There'll be deck highlights up over the weekends. And if you're looking for decks to play this weekend, I posted my favorite decks for January 2023. Zabu, Surfer, Dracula, whole range of different stuff up there that I've been enjoying playing. They think are excellent choices for laddering up with. I'll catch y'all on Monday. Enjoy your weekend wherever you're at in the world.